One capitalist versus 20 anti-capitalists. One pyramid schemer versus 20 others. Let's hear it.
This is not the United States of Patrick Bet David. This is the United States of America.
Would you take money from a capitalist to help you go see specialists?
I mean, yeah, sure, why not?
But would you also be open to seeing somebody else I choose as a psychologist that may...
No.
You're not?
No. No.
When you're offering people here jobs, right? You're saying that they would have to pay you money to get that. So in reality, you're trying to convince them to pay you money to be part of your
claims
company.
of defaming. Be very careful defaming when you don't know the fact.
What? Be very careful defaming. Bro, what is... The start is already so stupid. I'm on anti-capitalist side. Let's hear the arguments, because the headline always in these videos are fucking silly, all right?
I'm Patrick Bet David. I'm an entrepreneur and founder of PBD Podcast. Today, I'm surrounded by 20 anti-capitalists. My first claim is incentive is the engine of capitalism. Remove it and the system fails.
I'm gonna do, bro, before they even get to it, it's like, how do you define incentive? It's like, because from the framing of where he comes from, the incentive is to make money. So it's like, oh, if there's an incentive that you can make money if you make better products, that's what drives innovation. But there's far more. There's many different incentives that are good. There are many incentives that are good, that are very helpful, that have nothing to do with money. Whether it's fulfillment, right? The easy counter argument against this is, it's like, there's people in circumstances that work harder than people in other circumstances that make less. Working hard doesn't always equal making more money. Maybe sometimes your circumstances are just worse. I'm not. Look, the frame. I don't know if he's arguing. Look, it's not one capitalist versus 20 communists. That's not the name of the video, right? It's like the name of the video is one capitalist versus 20 anti-capitalists. I personally believe that you have to find a very good medium in between, where legislation is used to protect workers still. I don't think that the government should own all means of production or whatever. No, like, I think the power should belong to the people. And then you create legislation to make sure that you don't get you don't have like abuse of power. You basically don't. Otherwise, you would recreate circumstances where like people would be under slavery. You know.
Great to meet you, Patrick.
What's your name?
My name's Mason.
Mason, good to meet you.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen this guy in other Jubilee
Valuetained.
videos.
I'm a big fan of the channel.
Nice beard.
Really?
Yeah, I do
Nice
watch
beard.
it pretty regularly.
Very cool.
I do not agree with your claim. I don't think that.
Isn't that what a union is for? Yeah, it is. But as you can see, the biggest companies in the world, they are trying to bust unions. They're trying to lower the amount of laws that are protecting people. Like even now, like more recently, what they are trying to achieve in America is like to lower the amount of legislation in terms of pushing new medication to people. And you gotta sometimes remember why these laws were put in place in the first place, you know? It's like that so no one could just push a random drug onto markets and then have people, you know, die.
That incentives are only born out of capitalism.
Okay.
Most capitalist defenders say that incentive is because of scarcity, and people's ability to get what is necessary pushes them to work harder. I disagree with that. I'd say that some of our hardest workers are single moms working 3 to 4 jobs, and the resources that they're able to acquire compared to those that utilize their workers in order to build profit for their own companies is not equivocal.
So how would you do it? How would you change it?
Fair.
Yeah, so I think that humans
streamer?
inherently
There's a
want
streamer?
to be meaningful. They want to contribute to their communities. They want to contribute to society. When you
Yeah.
look at depression rates, oftentimes it's people who aren't able to do anything besides laying in their bed and basically barely taking care of themselves. So I think that it's just a human intrinsic value to want to bring value to their community or grander society.
Okay,
so I don't think that it has to be through scarcity alone that scares people into working, if that makes sense.
I agree with this notion. Because I think often what is used as a counter argument is the anecdote. But I think if there is like abuse of a system, I feel like there is abuse of any system. And I'd rather have it on an individual scale than on a whole, like I would rather have a system that could be abused by the individuals rather than the companies. You know?
I worked for scarcity. I think there's levels to it. You have the survival folks who work for survival to pay their bills. Some work for status, some work for freedom, and some work for legacy. The folks that work 3 or 5 jobs, you know, to pay their bills and do what they're doing, if the incentive wasn't there, they wouldn't work 3 to 5 jobs. Some of the guys that build a bigger business that solve a lot of problems.
The incentive there is either I die or I work. That's not really a system that rewards merit. That's a system that pushes people into insecure positions.
Bro, did he just say that it's a good thing that they are working 3 to 5 jobs? It's like, but bro, they wouldn't be this busy if it wasn't for the incentive. that is a crazy angle to come from, but let's continue.
Positions.
Not necessarily. In many cases, we put ourselves in situations as well. But when we're talking incentive,
are you saying that it's an individual failure for these single mothers that are working 3 to 4 jobs?
For some of them, it is.
Interesting.
For some of them, it is.
I'm glad you bite that bullet, because most people are not going to say that it's a moral failure of people that are born into poverty that continue to.
That's the one. That's the one. It's always the anecdote. For some of them, there is. Some of these single mothers, they deserve this shit, bro. They didn't invest in NVIDIA at the right time. They had the chance. They decided to drink a latte or two and have an avocado sandwich.
Let me explain to you. For somebody like me, I came from the single mother system. My mother was a single mother. You know, we had, you know, my parents got a divorce twice. They married each other. They divorced. They remarried each other, divorced again. I came up. We didn't have a lot of choices. I joined the Army. I got at that system. Kind of wanted to see what I was going to do for myself. Do I stay in the Army? Do I get out of the Army? I started working in sales. And then the incentive of working harder, eventually I built a good life for myself.
Again, you're totally dismissing the hard work that a lot of these people are putting into for just basic survival. I'd say that mechanics and plumbers and most people working blue-collar jobs that are probably watching this video are working tirelessly day after day.
I don't
but
disagree.
Yet they still feel insecure positions to where they don't even know if they're going to be able to afford rent in the next 6 months.
So let me ask you,
if most Americans have a $400 to $500 emergency, they can't even afford that with the basic savings that they have. So this is not something that we should celebrate as promises of a system that gives you more if you work harder. We should say that this is something that rewards few, and I'm glad that you're an outlier that's been able to build a lot of success for yourself. I know that you're...
Honestly, this dude clapped him, bro. I don't know. I think he's making complete fun of him already, bro. he's making fun of him already. Because it's like... I think the title of the video is strange still, because like capitalist, anti-capitalist. It's just that I am pro legislation of companies within a capitalistic structure. I'm for private ownership, but with oversight. That's all.
You're a multimillionaire. That's fantastic that you have those resources.
But
the thing is that
let me
cannot happen for everybody in society. It's possible for each individual to do it, but not everybody can be a millionaire.
So
that's
for
guaranteed.
You, I don't think not everybody can be a billionaire or a millionaire, but I do think people can find ways to use their time to effectively increase their market value. And I don't think many people do that. When I talk to people and they tell me, I've watched this show, I've watched every one of these shows, I've watched every one of these Netflix shows, you can use that time to increase your market value instead of kind of, you know, focus on what's going on with the stories and shows that are out there.
Let's move.
They are not capitalism maxing, right? They're not capitalism maxing. You got to be capitalism maxing. We got to be out here capitalism maxing. They are not capitalism maxing. They are not locked in, bro. They're not locked in. You know, for every person that is homeless, single mother, you know, and in poverty and have to work 5 jobs, they didn't capitalism max. I just think from the angle of America, for it to be the wealthiest nation on earth, in terms of what the baseline is for the average American, I think that is where the failure lies, right? And there is a version of capitalism that has gone so far where now you have a basically a country that is ran by the biggest corporations because of I read the chat comment I spaced out. Whatever, we'll continue.
Away from Netflix and TV shows and talk specifically about, do you think that capitalism is a system of merit that rewards people that are of higher merit?
I do.
Okay, so how would you say that this is a meritocracy when we have some people that are born into excessive wealth and some people that are working minimum wage jobs to provide for 3 or 4 kids? How would you say that that's a meritocratic society?
Those are two different things.
They are two different things, very unequal things.
Well, no, not necessarily. The parents get credit for making responsible decisions so they can take care of their kids. The parents
so it's not
get
a
credit.
Meritocracy, though. We're building dynasties of wealth.
I didn't come from dynasties of wealth.
I know,
came from
you're an outlier. I get that. I get that individual. But we're talking about systems. Capitalism is a system. It's not an individual testimony.
But it's a system that you get to use in your advantage. It's a system that's produced the best results than any other economical.
It's also it's like you can take advantage of it, but taking advantage of it means that you take advantage of others. Keep in mind, like I understand. I'm not saying you go full communism or whatever, but it's like the conversation is strange. The conversation is strange.
System. There's not an economical system that's produced better results than this. Based on the incentive.
History is a march of progress, right? So there are going to be advancements.
Because I don't think, like I don't even think that they are like addressing the argument anymore. At least this is how it comes across. He's not. The argument is not like the incentive. Like, what do you mean? What is the idea of incentive in this case? Because it's like, if you give everyone their basic needs, does capitalism fail? Is that what he's saying? Because that's crazy. That is crazy. There's many different ways of doing capitalism. It's like you can look at the two, most wealthy nations currently, right? In terms of like you have China and the U.S. They are doing capitalism in a very different way. Very different way. It's like the government runs the corporations and decides over the corporations in China, and in the U.S. the companies are the ones basically controlling government. China isn't capitalist. It is pretty much a capitalist system. China way is way worse. In what way? because in what way? Because in terms of how China has progressed in terms of industrialization and what they've built up over the last 30 years from where they were, it's insane. You know, it's insane how much China has just improved in terms of whether it's building trains or railways or making, you know, their industry more effective. And in that regard, is also in terms of export, they're also smurfing, you know. China does nothing for the poor compared to the US. China is socialist. The economy has more planned aspects and profit is its sole motivation, qualifies a transitional system from capitalism, therefore making a socialist. Jesus. It's just that if you want to be relevant, if you want to be relevant at all in the context of like the global market, but China is operating in a very capitalistic way. But I think in terms of how they run their company, sometimes they make decisions to make sure that their people have what they need. And like, for example, they force costs on car manufacturers, where they force costs on them and they create a circumstance where cars are cheaper because they want people to have more EV cars, but it also drives margins down, as an example. I don't think the what is U.S. doing for poor people in America? Like I think in terms of aren't like like even this year, more recently, any like many safety nets like Medicaid are just being cut.
That we make, or there's going to be solutions that we make to previous ailments. I'm not saying that capitalism hasn't brought in better things than systems like feudalism or monarchy, but that does not mean that we're at the end of history. Do you think that capitalism is the final solution, and this is what we're going to last
I think capitalism
as we go
is
into
the best economical system because it gives an incentive for you to decide how big of a life you want to build. And by the way,
But
the best way to judge it, let me
believe-
just say this to you, the best way to judge it is in a very simple way. Take all the countries around the world. There's many different economical systems. What has the longest line of people wanting to get in there? It's America. Why is that? 15 million people came here illegally. Millions came here illegally just the last 4
But
years.
a lot of that is because of
Why do they
economic
choose to
scarcity
come
in other
here?
countries. Well, one of them, we could talk about one, is American exceptionalism, which is
Because, you know, in terms of procuring wealth, war and dominance, in terms of procuring wealth, war and dominance is at the top of the list in terms of procuring wealth. Having the military power, the military power of the US has created an immense amount of wealth. And US, the US is just the wealthiest nation on earth, man. It's just the wealthiest nation on earth. So the idea that people come for economical opportunity, you know, it's only natural, no? It's only natural. The US is not the wealthiest country. The US is the wealthiest country on earth. He just said capitalism is good because immigrants want to come to America. I don't know. It's just, the conversation is so strange because the focus, in my opinion, should be the idea of the incentive. Like, if you remove and bring people up to a point where everyone has basic needs met, whether, like, let's say basic needs, it's like having a house, education, and healthcare, right? And then food. Like, if that was that was something that was met for every American, right? As an example, in terms of where spending is and how wealthy the US is, I don't think it would be that completely far-fetched to try to upraise communities, because obviously, in order to, what you want to look to achieve is to make sure that your average worker, right, is more productive. That's what you want to achieve. You want to make sure that your average worker is more productive. That should be the goal. Make your average worker more productive. But because the way I see it is like, incentive is the engine of capitalism. Bro, incentive is the engine of life. If like, what are we talking about?
continue. Good to meet you.
The irony of this all is that my understanding is PBD made most of his money doing a pyramid scheme. So along the way, in order for him to procure his wealth, he needed to take advantage of people.
Thank you.
Oh, she was quick.
How are you? What's your name?
Hi, I'm Alana. It's nice to meet you. Okay, so
It's a
I
very
think the
exotic
issue
name,
is the
Alana.
framing of incentive here. Incentive doesn't disappear in a socialist or a communist society. It just changes and evolves. So we see in capitalism, the incentive is obviously monetary gain, maybe even collecting capital itself through land ownership. In a communist or a socialist country, you would see incentive would just evolve into, I know it's a vague term, but the common good. You have an incentive to do your chores.
think people get so scared when they hear communist that I think you should not even include it in your opening. Like, just stick to socialist, and even socialist makes people scared.
Rent your house because you don't want to live in a filthy house, right? That makes sense. It doesn't have to be just monetary.
So you don't think monetary incentive drives people, or you're saying that people should be excited to do their job, whether they're getting incentivized for it or not? That's what you're saying.
People will be incentivized to do.
Give me a case study.
anything.
Give me a case study of that worked. Give me one case study.
We don't even need to look at case studies. We can just look at charity work.
Well, why don't we actually look at a case study? You got two countries.
I think this argument is too weak. You know, this argument is too weak. She's gonna get peppered here, bro. He's gonna score many easy points here, bro. He's gonna get absolutely peppered here.
North Korea, South Korea. One is communism and one is capitalism.
Yes.
North Korea's GDP last year was $23 billion.
Are we judging countries' values based off GDP
that's
and not
because
what
that's
they
a
value
job.
for
Freedom of speech.
I don't know, bro. He dropped the North Korea versus South Korea here. Like, that's something that you can't pick apart so easily. He's scoring points. He's peppering, bro. He's peppering.
You wouldn't be able to do what you're doing right now. You wouldn't have a voice. In South Korea, I'm gonna give you stats. In South Korea,
she's
their
getting
GDP is
loaded.
$1.7 trillion.
South Korea is also owned by like 5 companies in total in the entire
70
country.
times better
you
than
think
North
that's something?
Korea.
Oh damn! She just dropped one. She found a counter punch. With the all right.
If you are employed by the top 5 countries, you are practically unemployed in these countries.
Do you like to be free?
I'm not going to be free in a country like South Korea where I'm only employed in 5 companies or no job.
Do you like to be free to call somebody out like me? Do you like to be free where you can have a strong opinion? Do you like to be free to have your dreams?
I like to be free, but that's why I'm anti.
Okay, now he went to debate load. Now he's losing. Because she dropped a pretty good fact there, you know, that the majority of wealth is owned by 5 corporations and 5 families. You know, that's he's just choosing to ignore that, bro. I mean, it's more free than North Korea, but that's like it's an empty, it's a fallacy, you know. It's like it's just that she let herself up to that, you know. She let herself up to that, you know. She opened up by saying, like, her opener was just too weak.
Anti-capitalist.
Well, maybe you are
that
moved
is
to
why
North
I'm
Korea
anti-capitalist, because capitalism removes that choice. There is no real incentive.
And then he's just dropping Cuba, Venezuela, bro. It's just, at least, you know, when you know when you know a little bit of history of these countries, I don't know. It's just, you can't unpack it. You're not like in a debate like this. You're not allowed to unpack anything.
Is survival. When you get into communism, the incentive is for the common good.
I love that. I got an offer for you before we move on. If I were to give you your $2,350, which is the cost to renunciate your citizenship, and I paid you your first class, flight to whatever communist country, and $20,000 of spending money,
communist country.
Would you give up your citizenship to go to that country? Whichever communist country you want to go to.
Yeah,
Cuba, we can give you Venezuela, we give you North Korea, any one of those you want to go to.
Communist countries,
choose any one of.
What is he saying, bro? It's like you're talking about the structure that is within America, and then it's like, well, look at these countries in completely different circumstances and completely different histories, and they have a corrupt dictator over here that is doing this. It's like, why don't you move over there if you like it so much? Like, no.
Of them, I'll give you one-way ticket and I'll fund it for you if you want to.
Early, bro. That's gonna be a clip on his channel. You just know it, bro. That's gonna be a clip for his channel, bro. He just in his mind and the PBD viewers, he dunked here, bro. He dunked. Move to North Korea. Why don't you move to North Korea? Every communist country is a dictatorship. Yeah, by definition, there is no communist country, right? I don't think that communism can be implemented. But that's not the argument, bro. It's not the argument.
Thank you. Yes. What's your name?
PBD has good posture.
My name's Hunter. I'm going to be
good to
honest,
meet
I've
you.
never seen your videos before. Even though there is some real value to free enterprise,
Yep.
the profit motive often creates a perverse incentive and worse outcomes in certain situations. For example, healthcare. How much would you pay for a life-saving treatment for yourself or one of your family members?
How much would I pay for it?
Say you have cancer and you have an 80% survival rate with chemotherapy and less than a 10% without it. How much would you pay? Whatever it takes, right?
Sure.
That's a situation of inelastic demand. When the amount that you're willing to pay is not based on the value
Yo,
of
this Quentin Tarantino's son is cooking. Bro, Quentin Tarantino's son is cooking, bro. This, good pocket, good pocket.
the service because your life does not have a finite value. In the US, 66.5% of all bankruptcies are because of medical debt. In most other developed nations, that number is way lower, if not zero. And at the same time, the US does not have one of the best healthcare systems in the world. We pay over $13,000 per capita. Meanwhile, Taiwan, which by most metrics has the best healthcare system and a national healthcare service, only pays about $2,500 per capita per year.
So what does that tell?
To be fair, he's gonna now PPD is gonna say, well, it's a different situation. You have we have a large, far larger country. We are a far larger country. We have 300 million, 350 million, and then there's the illegal immigrants. The illegal immigrants, you know, they are using the healthcare system. Is going to. This is what the angle he's gonna go for. This is my prediction, which is obviously nonsensical because illegal immigrants can't take use of any social safety nets because they don't fucking exist.
Tell you.
That
tells
tells
you what?
us-
That's wasted expenditure.
Yes, that is a
So
massively wasted expenditure.
That tells you the government doesn't know how to spend our money.
No.
They keep
The government doesn't know how to spend our money. That's the problem with the healthcare system.
In our
raising
case,
taxes. We
we're
keep
spending
more money, and they don't know how to spend the money.
No, most of that money is coming from private insurance. In fact, 77%
Oi,
of people
oi,
who
oi.
went bankrupt from medical debt had insurance and then lost it because they couldn't pay.
So we can address that, the fact that 60-something% of bankruptcies are due to health, which is, you're right, we've done many.
Look, there is a shit ton of waste, but that's a red herring, bro. It has nothing to do with the fucking argument, bro. Like, a lot of the healthcare is just privately owned. And the insurance system too. And the insurance systems too.
Content on that piece. I want you to come back to incentive. Address the issue with incentive right now, with capitalism.
The reason why the medical debt is so high in that is because of the profit motive. If people will pay whatever it takes
profit
to not
motive.
die, the profit motive in that case is perverse because healthcare shouldn't be a market in the same way that other things might be a market.
So you don't think the motive to have profit, to come out with a solution, is a good thing for the marketplace, specifically in the healthcare
I think it depends
side?
on which market you're talking about. It's way different. We're talking about video games or cell phones or TVs or other goods that aren't as necessary as
You're
healthcare
specific to
treatments.
healthcare.
Yes, I'm talking
Okay.
specifically about
So
healthcare
there's
and
a-
certain other markets
You
where
ever
there's
heard
a
of Home
natural.
Depot? You ever heard of Home Depot?
Yes, I'm aware.
So one of the guys who's the founders of Home Depot, investors of Home Depot, his name
Sure.
is Ken Langone. His father died at 62 years old. Ken Langone today is roughly 90 years old, give or take. When he died at 62 years old, he tells the story that if there was a simple thing as blood thinners, his father would have lived to be 90 years old just like he is today.
Yes, that makes sense.
came because of innovation, which he's been on for many years. My dad's been on blood thinners for the
but
last 40 years. So
I think
the
you're
incentive to create a
conflating
solution,
two things right now. Not
No, it's
all
about
innovation
incentive. It's
is
about
the result
incentive.
of the market, because many healthcare
Most is,
developments
though.
are created by research grants from healthcare funding, whether it's in the United States or in
Over
other countries. In
2/3
most other first world countries,
Yeah.
the result of medical research developments, which are massively outpacing that in the
He's
US.
getting so cooked, by the way, bro. Tarantino's son here is boiling, bro. Is boiling.
Now because of our inefficiency, because we have a market-based system for healthcare.
A very basic
most
question
of that
for you.
is because
A very basic
of
question for you.
non-market-based systems.
Basic question for you. If that's the case, it keeps going back to the same thing. If it's better in other places than it is here, why are Americans and
Bro, you can also even drop, like, in terms of pharmaceuticals, there is very little incentive to cure a problem. Very little incentive if you look at it from the angle of capitalism. You'd rather have people taking pills for the rest of their lives on something that you can, you know, keep a fucking patent on. You know, there's healthcare is the easiest way to puncture holes into this, you know. That's why, like, I have the idea that I believe that there are certain basic things that you should try to meet, and I think that's the baseline of how to create the most amount of opportunity for everybody. Because the idea that you get bankrupt because you break a leg or something happens to you that could be completely random is crazy.
And others not going there. Why are people coming here? It's very basic.
How much does a plane ticket cost?
No, they have the money to go to different places. They don't, because they know America's the greatest country in the world. They know it.
Okay.
Appreciate
Nice
you.
to meet you, by the way.
Honestly, tourism is at an all-time low in the US. Like, it's tanking. It's tanking. And if there are countries that have been ravaged, economically by US foreign policy, it's like, I don't know, bro. Like this, how the fact that he always goes back to the same thing is like, yeah, people want to move to the US. They want to move to the US. You see these guys. Do people move elsewhere? Do other countries have immigrants? They don't have any immigrants. All immigrants are coming here. Europe, no immigrants. They all. If US was closer, they would come to US. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. Bro, all the immigrants are coming for the US healthcare. That's the crux of the argument here. Germany has the med insurance area privatized too. Yeah, there's both. There's the public insurance that everyone can have access to, even if you're unemployed, right? In Germany. And then there's the private too, where after you earn a certain amount of money, that you then have access to private healthcare. Like it's a hybrid of the both, That's Cater with facial hair. Yeah, thank you very much. You lost the game for 20. Thank you very much. That's Akosmin. Thank you very much as well.
Like to have. Good to meet you.
Oh, thank you very much. Good to meet you too. So I think incentives are exactly the fundamental problem with capitalism. Is that you say incentives are what make it work, and I think that's the whole issue. Is that the primary incentives are either.
This guy looks exactly like that guy who was on the Atlantis journey. The Atlantis journey. This guy was in Atlantis. Look at this. He was Atlantis. Like with the movie. Look, this was this dude, bro. Him. Bro, this guy was he was on.
Either greed, amass as much personal wealth as you possibly can.
You think that's the problem? It's greed?
Yeah, exactly. And
like you're not greedy at all.
And like you said, survival.
Yeah.
Right? The person working 5 jobs, that they're doing that to they wouldn't want to do that if they didn't need to survive. But that's such a horrible dystopian.
No, he's gotta get done from, bro. So he's got points here. No, Patrick Bet David. Points Bet David.
How much of that is on their decision making? How much of that is on their doing? How much of that is on the market where they're not finding ways to improve themselves?
It doesn't matter how much onus is on the individual. We want to create a world.
Of course it is.
No. See, we want to create a world in which people don't have to earn their right to exist, to live.
We live in a country where majority of the world wants to come here. The most important citizenship country is America.
Right.
People give up their lives to come here. Have you ever lived in another?
Well, why does he keep coming back to this? Why does he keep coming back to this? Why does he keep coming back to this? It's just he keeps coming back because it's a fact. I don't even know if it's a fact. Isn't it just the? It's like, isn't just the global South moving north? It's not a good dunk. It's not. But it's just he's arguing. But the Tarantino homie, I don't know why he got voted out. He was cooking, bro. We had 2 homies so far that were very skilled.
Why do you think so many want to come here?
I think the people coming here are coming from gang-ridden, corruption-ridden, violence-ridden.
You think that's just all it is? You think I came from a gang-ridden in Iran? I lived there 11 years.
I think the majority of certainly coming from South America.
Most people come here because what you're doing to me, you're sitting across from me right now.
Right.
Millions of people are going to watch this. In America, you can call me out. You can say whatever you want.
Right.
Nothing's going to happen.
Right.
You're free and safe here, right?
Sure. Freedom of speech is
you
nothing to do
can't
with
do that in
capitalism.
Iran. Of course it is. There's a lot of elements with America. You're talking incentive.
Freedom of speech? is because of capitalism? What? Freedom of speech is because of capitalism. Bro, if anything, freedom of speech is anti-capitalism, no? Bro, it's anti-capitalism. Individual freedoms, if by design you are meant to be kept down, are also anti-capitalism.
The amount of benefits America offers against other countries, it's so much higher. Where some
in socialism and communism, you certainly don't have freedom of speech. What?
somebody with big dreams, incentives, they're willing to come and say, I want to come to America, please let me in. And some come and take advantage of it. But to say the individual that's working 3 to 5 jobs, if you do that for a season, if you do that for 2 years, if you do that for 5 years, fine. If you do that for 20, 30 years, you're doing something wrong.
But the point is, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? Those are the inalienable.
Bro, that single mother was working 3 to 5 jobs. And then she's creating a little bit of a nest egg. She wants her son to go to college, you know? Creating a little nest egg, you know? She's saving $20 there, $20 there. She finds a deal at the local Tesco to buy noodles for cheaper. They are malnourished, but they are making it work somehow. You know, they're trying to achieve the American dream. And then suddenly, she walks downstairs, you know? Walks downstairs. It's a cold winter morning. There's ice. She doesn't see it. She slips, breaks her leg. Shouldn't have walked there. Should have held on to the rail better, bro. She should have held on to the rail better. You should have gotten valuetained.
Rights. We shouldn't have to earn those rights. We shouldn't have to earn the right to health care.
To earn it.
Earn the right. No.
Because
this is just, we just want.
You have to earn it. You have to earn healthcare. You have to earn healthcare. You have to earn healthcare.
Liberty and the pursuit of happiness, right? Those are the inalienable rights. We shouldn't have to earn those rights. We shouldn't have to earn the right to health care.
To earn it.
Earn the right. No. Because this is just, we just want to live, exist. We can't work our blood, sweat, and tears just to survive. That's a horrible dystopian world that we live in right now.
No, then what do you think we're here for? To just sit around and play video games? What do you think we're here for? To sit around and watch TV shows?
We're here
to sit and watch cat videos?
We
what do you think we're put here to do?
We are here to create a prosperous community, to lift
everyone up. How do you create a prosperous community? How do you create a prosperous community? Matter of fact,
less losers. Easy answer. Less losers, right? Less losers. Let's use the wealth to uplift communities that don't get a lot of productivity out of each individual, right? Because of the pre-existing conditions of those communities, the poverty that has struck it, you know, since past, whether it was from whatever era, you know? It's just a question of, it's like, I think nobody presented the argument pretty simple. It's like, if the only incentive is to make money, it's like, if you create a circumstance where you give people more opportunities, there is going to be far deeper incentives that people are going to pursue rather than just money. Whether it's doing good or it's legacy or all these things that he mentioned. Not only money, you know? You go ahead, let's do it with your wealth. Oh, I'm not that rich. If I could, I would. Let's do it with your wealth. It's just that if if you're in a situation, because it's we're looking at it through the lens of the U.S. It's like the U.S. America is rich as fuck. It's like in terms of how spending is being done, it is often created in a way to of course give a large benefit to corporations and donors. Corporations run the government, whether it's the military industrial complex or any of the major companies as well, you know. It's very clear. It was interesting now, you know, it's like crypto.com, right? Basically this page, right? Is an exchange. I do pay taxes in Germany, yeah. I do pay taxes in Germany. So it's like what recently happened was, it's like basically crypto.com, I believe the CEO spent a lot of money on the Trump campaign. And now they basically did the equivalent of minting, basically printed more of their own native coin, Kronos. And then in return, the Trump media group invested in Kronos. That was the return. So they are just fucking people over in the in-between, you know? It's like the incentive structure there is, well, we are trying to make more money, but do it in a way that is so blatantly corrupt that there needs to be check and balances in places, you know?
For you, how have you positively impacted a community?
I guess volunteering, food banks,
Volunteering,
Habitat for
I
Humanity.
appreciate you for doing that. Have you created jobs for others?
Created jobs? No,
Yeah.
I wouldn't say
Why
so.
have you not?
I haven't had the ability to do so.
Do you think it's easy or do you think it's hard?
To create jobs is probably hard, yeah.
It's okay, so the people that create jobs, you think they should have a little bit of incentive for having risked their life savings, spend time away their families to create jobs so somebody like you can work for that company?
Sure, but that
is
does
the incentive.
And bravo for them, but that does not give them the right to pay themselves $2 million bonuses
You
while
don't,
their workers are scraping by at like $10 an hour.
You don't get to choose how much money I choose to make. That's not your business. That's my business.
It's a really, really bad argument that he just presented. Like I don't think how much you make or not make, the number, playing with the number doesn't matter. I do think that it's good that people can become rich. I think it's not a bad thing inherently, right? It's just the focus should still be what, like, if basic needs are met. That's what the focus should be, nothing else.
Business. If you have 4 girlfriends and I have 1, is it my business to tell you can't have 4 girlfriends?
I think
if you play 7 hours of Fortnite every day,
right,
and I don't play Fortnite at all, should I tell you you shouldn't be able to play 7 hours of Fortnite a day?
In my view.
Hey, appreciate you.
Absolutely.
How are you? What's your name?
Zena.
Zena.
Awesome. So this claim about incentive is one that we see often promoted by capitalism enjoyers, right? Mm-hmm. And it's this idea that, profit incentives is the only thing that can make humans do things, get up out of bed every day, which has never been the case historically. It's not the case psychologically.
Historically, it's never been the case?
No.
What has been the case?
So we've seen...
What's been the incentive?
The incentive is intrinsic motivation.
Intrinsic motivation?
Of course. Have you ever heard of intrinsic motivation?
Of course I have. So you think people are going to go just do anything for no incentives?
The incentive is intrinsic, meaning passion, interest, and honing your skills.
Whether you get paid or not.
Well, the problem is that we're forcing people to, need to, work to survive.
So what's the alternative? So give me another solution, another economical
may I finish
system.
The talking point?
Yeah, actually, I'm curious.
So yeah, the psychological theory of self-determination is widely accepted in psychology. It basically explains that intrinsic motivation and passion is actually what predicts incentive. You're arguing that incentive is integral to profit-driven motivation. That's not true. Extrinsic motivation, at all times, at every single case, is going to, predict less creativity, less motivation, less skill, etc. Intrinsic motivation is what what causes things like technological development, some of the greatest breakthroughs have been from people who are devoted in honing their skill.
So should they get paid for it?
I think that we shouldn't live in a system that privately owns the means of production and forces people in this position.
What college did you go to?
USC.
You went to USC. What did you major in?
Sociology.
Sociology. Who's your hero as a professor? Who's the professor you look up to?
This doesn't seem like a topic that's related to capitalism.
The reason why I asked this question is because somebody convinced you of that. Somebody convinced you that that is the way that
psychology and studies convinced me of this.
What the fuck? Bro, that is a crazy, crazy angle. I've never heard anyone pull out that angle. That is one of the craziest angles of all time. When somebody has an opinion I disagree with, I'm going to say, you know what? Who taught you this? Well, that person is wrong and you're brainwashed. That is mental. That is insane. That is so fucked. It's such a terrible fucking argument.
This fact about the human mind.
Unfortunately, to your claim, results show that the greatest economical system
intrinsic motivation predicts more creativity
that allows
and more
people to go
profit
above and
than
beyond
anything
and
like
solve
extrinsic
every
motivation.
single issue out there. And
I don't know if do you guys think that the most let's say creative people that have made the biggest strides in terms of innovation, does he believe that all of that came from the incentive to make money? Is that the claim here? That is insanity, bro. That is insanity.
Entrepreneur who gets up, who says,
what was your claim again, mister?
I'm going to incentive. The entrepreneur
what about
who
incentive?
has an incentive to go out there and build their lives, and you put no monetary incentive.
So I'm saying that this incentive that you're talking about, what predicts the best incentive, the best drive, and the best creativity
so what do you think about
has
Elon
been proven
Musk?
by psychology.
What do you think about Elon Musk?
Can we respond to my claim?
This is about incentive.
All right, awesome. So you're arguing that incentive is intrinsic and tied to extrinsic motivation. What we find is that the best incentive comes from intrinsic motivation.
So a person that's passionate about solving an issue is going to build something bigger than somebody else that's not.
Yeah, so someone who has a true passion for this.
Yeah, so
exactly. So profit motivation is not the thing that's driving innovation, right?
Of course
psychology.
Of course
so
it is.
psychology proves that that's not the case. That profit's not the reason that we have the greatest inventions that we do today.
I don't know if I disagree with the fact that there's a passion behind it. Are you saying people with passion, even if there wasn't the incentive to make as much money as they would make, people would still pursue it even with or without money?
That's what psychology says.
Well, your claims are wrong because
that's not true.
Whoever your psychology professor is, if you look at data and you find out how America, that's only been around for 249 years, schooled all the other countries that have been around for hundreds, if not thousands of years more, they did better than others because the incentive
because they accumulated
was free market
profit, right, to 1% of the population and continue to produce on that basis.
Not necessarily.
Right? We have this. Okay.
It's not necessarily.
Do we want to respond because you can say that?
Honestly, he's trolling, bro. He's not pointing to anything. There's no argument at all in what he's saying. There is no bro. Like the fact checker on Jubilee is AFKing, bro. It's AFKing. It's just this. He's doing this thing where he's just like laying things out there that you feel the need to break down, and it just breaks down. It just breaks the conversation completely. He has done this with every person. He does this thing is like, what do you think this person should do? And what if he did this? And then he did this. He just asks like 6-7 questions in a row that have nothing to do with the topic. And let's see, he has 2 minutes left to squeeze in. 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left, guys. 2 minutes left to say, why do people move to America?
Interrupting the entire time. So if you're saying about the 1% are the problem and they're the only ones that make money,
That's
a lot
not
of
what
people
I said.
make money. You said the profit goes to the 1%.
I'm explaining how it is that America has become the dominant power that it is now, right? What we see is that because we have this engine, right, this desire to accumulate profit, we morally justify things like going to other countries, imperializing them, colonizing them, and extracting their resources, right, to funnel our country, right? Social democracies in the Nordic countries don't do this. So yeah, they might not be the wealthiest power, but they have higher rates of education, literacy, human satisfaction, etc. Right? So it depends on what we actually value in a society. Do we value well-being or do we value profit accumulation?
Validates your point. If that's the case, people would move to those states. They don't. When you judge a great restaurant by the amount of people that come in, you can say the food sucks here.
Yeah,
you
so
can say the
there were
service
millions
sucks
of people
here.
that lived
but
in Germany.
everybody's lined up to want to come here. They're not lined up to go into
so
those
there are
countries.
there are
They're just used by professors as theories.
There were millions of people that also lived in Germany.
It's so
in the
predictable.
1920s.
I lived in Germany before as well for 2 years.
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video.
Bro, we didn't get any fact checks because nobody was actually like dropping facts, bro. I don't know, bro. He is right, though. Right in what way? I just say hello to my father 1 second. All right. Probably even worse than him taking a gambling deal. I'm worse than him. Is that the argument? I'm comparing myself to PBD now. That's what it is. Interesting.
Yeah. Straight Arrow News is on a mission to raise the bar on journalism that matters. That's why we're so happy to be partnered. Go to
Out of poverty than any.
I think I personally think if someone wants to take the time out of their life to give a softball interview to somebody, talking about morals but getting people addicted to the worst addiction is crazy. Bro, when do we talk about morals? What are we talking about? You hit me up when I do a softball interview with the top genocide deer of the year, you know? Let me know. Hit me up back then.
The other system.
Actually, I know this guy is. Oh, guys. You know earlier when someone was... That's fucking hilarious. Wait, let me show you guys. Earlier, guys, someone dropped this comment. This was this person. It was this person. It was him. It tracks. It tracks, guys. It tracks.
Patrick.
How are you?
I'm Gabby.
It's like...
Gabby?
Yeah,
Good
nice
to meet you.
So I would argue that governments have actually lifted the most people out of poverty. If you look historically, we look at China, for instance, had the most significant poverty reduction in all of human history. They pulled 800 million people out of poverty using state-owned enterprises and state centralized planning. They did...
Bomba clot. Finally, we get SAM, bro. Finally, we get a SAM fact check.
Work with the capitalist system, but they did it, most of it was done through state-funded infrastructure, education, and contributing to strong literacy programs, redistributing the wealth. I think
it's like China has taken advantage of capitalism to the max on a global stage, but then they are socialism maxing within their country.
That my other argument would be that
that's a crazy bad take. It's not a crazy bad take. The fact is they did, as the Chinese government did. How is it a bad take?
there hasn't been an opportunity for alternative systems like socialism to pull enough people out of poverty. So we look at examples.
There hasn't been?
There hasn't been enough opportunities for them to succeed. And so when
Why
we
do you
say,
think that is?
I think that is partly because of the US, and I think because capitalist forces and global market insecurities have sabotaged these attempts to do socialism. So we look at an example in Chile in the 1960s, they elected a democratic socialist.
But who's saying, who's like Sol, like you are just arguing something that nobody's saying or not even she said.
Socialist, and he proposed.
Yeah, but that's the whole point, Sol. You think that the US government is lacking revenue. Are they lacking revenue? Are you saying China was able to do this because they're so rich? She said the Chinese government spent money without capitalism being a thing. She didn't say that. She said that the government has raised more people out of poverty than capitalism did. That's a whole different argument.
Literacy reform, wealth redistribution, land reform, and all of that was a threat, obviously, to the United States because McCarthyism was on the rise at the time. And so instead of allowing Allende to have a chance with that, the U.S. Orchestrated a CIA-backed coup to take over and to have a military dictatorship that led the country instead of Allende, who actually was having a lot of success in reducing the poverty rates before the U.S. interfered. And so I think we look at other parts of Latin America, like Venezuela, for instance, and we see the same thing. We see that the U.S. has interfered several times. You know, with Chavez in Venezuela, he was able to reduce the poverty reduction in half in the first decade of him being.
The two are intrinsically linked. That's a bad take completely. Without the capitalist economy being set up in China, they wouldn't leave anyone out of poverty. Brother.
In office, and he was sabotaged ultimately by the U.S. and by a military dictatorship, so that the people that replaced them were actually.
So may I respond? It's
Sure.
a lot of different cases here. So
Sure.
thank you for that.
Of
So
course.
let's go China first. Okay, so when you say China was able to recover and because they use state-funded, nationalized systems. So in 1978, Xiaoping, the leader of China, went to Japan. He saw what was going on with Japan for 2 decades. Every year, their GDP was grown by 15%. The economy was doubling pretty much every 4 years.
Sure.
They go over there, they say, we got to find a way to compete with Japan. How do they have fewer people, but they're beating us? They sit down with their leaders after a few drinks. Eventually, they say, how did you fix your economy to be growing the way that it is? A capitalistic society that they had in Japan. They asked the question from Xiaoping, the Prime Minister Fukuda, asked the question, how many banks do you guys have in China? He says, we have 1 bank. He said, it's a nationalized bank? He says, yeah. That's it? Yeah. How many loan officers do you have? Not many. You want to compete with 1 bank? Yes. He says, if you want to compete with us or others, here's what you have to do. You need 5,000 banks with 35 branches, with 30 loan officers. That's a total of 5.25 million loan officers and a population of 600 million people that are living there. You do that every week. You take 10 applications with these loan officers for small business owners, and you allow the small business owner to compete. They did that. China started competing. By the way, in America in the 1920s, we had around 30,000 banks when we were really, competing in a marketplace. In the 80s, we ended up having around 14,000. Today, we only have 4,100 banks in America. That concept of allowing just 1 bank to compete, it's not going to work. China takes on the idea from Japan.
If I
they
can
start
interrupt
growing.
you, I mean, I think that
they start growing with certain capitalists.
I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. he's measuring success by the amount of banks. I'm so fucking confused. Look, I don't understand. In a world like I don't think the amount of banks really determines how much credit people can take or not take in terms of setting up loans. Like the amount of banks is what decides that. Like, it's supply and demand. What? What do you mean? You think one bank can't give out multiple loans? It's like every bank has a max capacity of 10. Right? why would the amount of banks change this? I understand more competitors, more offers. I get that, but how do you create a circumstance? How do you create a circumstance? Like at some point, there's a just dilution of what it is. It's like trying to start a sports clothes brand at this point, is just to incentivize competition. Now you're gonna get cooked by Nike, Adidas, whatever the fuck. I don't think it's like we need to have. It's like, let's say the LEC. It's like, yeah, the LEC, we have 10 teams. It's competitive. You know what make it even more competitive? 100 teams. Let's make it 100 teams. And then you have Bobby Bill playing bot lane for Team 99, you know, like he's fucking stuck in Gold 4. Like, you know, there's a severe dilution at some point. Well, I do want to make this clear. For me, the distinction between I don't know where I land on this, right? Because I believe that capitalism, right, in terms of the money making incentive, to some degree, privatized business ownership and having the choice to do and run it as you wish, I think is important. I wouldn't go against that ever. The main thing for me is in terms of if you want to increase productivity and increase overall happiness, I do think there needs to be social safety nets in place. And what is the in between there? What is the in between there, you know? What is the word for this? Because I'm not anti capitalist. I wouldn't say that I'm full on socialist. What is the in between? I'm a social democrat. Because I think there's good and there's bad, right? But if we lived in like an anarcho-capitalist world, I don't know if that would function. Because then I think that big bank eat little bank and then you're fucked. If you lived in an anarcho-capitalist world, right, then I think it's GG. I don't think it would work. I think that's like utopia thinking. Where you don't pay any taxes, don't do anything, and then people will make companies to build roads because people need roads and this is going to be in place. But that at that point, whoever has the money supply at that point in time is going to win. Just call it social capitalism. You know, it's always weird with these denominations. Like in regards to what denominations are, it always gets weird. It's just that if there was universal healthcare, right? Like I don't see why you wouldn't be able to create that in, like, I think there are certain sectors that should be socialist and the majority of sectors to be capitalist, right? Like pharmaceuticals and healthcare, I think that aspect can get like that aspect can be very, very, abused, which is very clear. Very, very clear. Like the healthcare system in terms of what it is on the insurance side is mental in the US. Prisons shouldn't be privatized. I think that's also crazy. That's why, at least for me, maybe I'm crazy, but I do feel like both conversation points are very strange. Because I don't disagree that basically a big part of the Chinese growth is also playing the capitalism game, like the global capitalism game, better than anybody. Like they're exporting things to every country on earth at a scale that is ridiculous. And what is but I also understand, right, on that front that in regards to, they just undercut everything. But that's the whole point, right? It's like you want to create a system that makes the average worker more efficient. That should be the goal, right? It's like China looked at their population. It's like, how do we activate people as much as possible? It's like, yeah, we want to build greater cities. We want to level up our industry. We want to make the infrastructure be there in place so people can become more efficient workers, right?
I think you're thinking about this in very capitalist terms, which makes sense. You're a capitalist, but
because it works. That's the idea. Because it's produced the results.
You're only thinking about these scenarios in a situation where
it's like you say that it works and it has produced results. I think you can make an argument for that, but I think it also completely brushes aside all the negatives, all the fucking negatives that have come out of it, right? There's a lot of fucking negatives that have come out of it, right? I think denying that, whether it's what has happened to the global south in terms of, intervention and war, I think that like completely brushes that aside, right? And the average life quality and expectancy is like for a nation that is that wealthy. It's just a question of how do you use the resources that the country has. And how do you produce more with those resources? Right? That's the main question.
Market mechanisms are in place, and this is the problem that I have with so many capitalists, is they can't exit their worldview and try to see a world where socialism could be in place, because they don't understand the untapped potential of socialism. And I'm a democratic socialist. I think that we need to build forward towards that with reforms, and I think we need to work with the government. I don't think that we should abandon the state. I also don't think that we should give state elites the complete control over society. I do think that we should work with the state to instill these reforms and then eventually erode capitalism.
But unfortunately, socialism has had hundreds of years
thinking in terms of
to produce results, and it hasn't worked. Do you know why it doesn't work, though?
It's been sabotaged.
It's been sabotaged, yes. Or it's because it forces people to do something they don't want to do?
Does capitalism not do the same?
No, capitalism gives you
There's 7 million people in this country who have to work multiple jobs just to get by.
I have to work multiple jobs.
Capitalism, of course, forces people to do certain things. Of course it does.
They're forced to do that because either they do that or they starve. So if the options are to work or to starve, that's not freedom, that's economic coercion.
Respectfully, if you do that for a period of your life, I understand it. If you're doing that for 30 years, you're doing something wrong. You shouldn't be working multiple jobs for the rest of your life.
So, first of all, I'm not going to argue with this moral argument. I think that people who live in poverty, especially when we look at how many people live in poverty in this country, and also it depends on how you define the poverty line, but there's 40 million Americans who live below the poverty line in this country. There's 3 guys in this country that own 40% of the wealth. How does that work in a country that is
You really
built
want to go
on-
there? You want
Sure.
to go there? Okay, so let's
Yeah.
talk about it. So when we talk about the rich people at the top, okay, and you say, well, the rich don't pay enough taxes. Do you know what the bottom 50% of taxpayers in America pay towards the revenue that the government gets in taxes? Do you know what the bottom 50% pays?
Tell me.
2% of taxes. Do you know what the top 1% pays?
There's been several years
Do you
that
know what the
they've
top
paid
1%?
nothing.
Do you know?
They've been nothing
No,
in
no,
their
hang on
federal
a second.
taxes.
This is from the IRS. I'm not writing a blog from Huffington Post. This is not Daily Beast. I'm telling you the story. The top
I'll say
1%
this.
pays
He's such
42%
an
I'll say this, the
of
top
all
1%
tax
is
revenue.
about to pay a lot less in taxes because of the provision
They'll
that just went
actually
into
end up paying
Trump's,
even
your
more
guys'
revenue to the
big,
government.
beautiful bill.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
He's just rage baiting, bro. He's just rage baiting, bro. Bro, it's like, these people in poverty, they're not paying any taxes. Fuck them. Bro, these people that live in poverty and live paycheck to paycheck, they don't pay fucking. We need to tax them more. We gotta tax them more. Like what are we doing?
That was fast.
Hi, I'm Anne.
Anne, good to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So I do want to address part of the claim about poverty, but I also want to address what you brought up about like paying taxes. You said the top 1% pays a large amount of taxes. The problem is that the bottom 2 quintiles can't pay taxes because they quite literally have no wealth. Do you understand that? Like the bottom quintile of the United States doesn't have any wealth. In fact, they're in debt, so they have literally like negative wealth.
Why do you think that is?
I think that's for a lot of reasons. I think that's because workers have been exploited. I think that they haven't had the opportunity to gain social mobility.
Why do you think
I'm so
that
happy.
is?
Because
I'm so happy that she followed up on this.
because of exploitation.
You think they're being exploited?
Yes.
Oh,
of course.
so people are being forced to work at companies. They don't have a choice.
I didn't say that they were.
So people
well,
are being.
if they are they are being forced. If the other option is starve or die.
What job do you have right now? What do you do for a living?
I do work from home stuff. I don't want to disclose that.
So you chose to do that, right? That's your choice. Great. If somebody works at Starbucks as a barista, it's their choice. If somebody has a job that they're working, it's their choice. If somebody is not utilizing their time properly and accordingly, of course the market's
Choice
not going to
how?
pay you
Do you
more.
think that, like, they brought up single mothers earlier. Do you think that single mothers are sitting around playing Fortnite 15 hours a day?
Unfortunately,
I don't know. The cope here is it's like capitalism will have winners and they will have losers. And he's just come to terms with that, but he's just trying to like accept the fact. He's just trying to say that it's their fault. Like it's their fault. These poor people don't pay enough taxes, and it's their fault that they're a barista.
Single mothers were manipulated on what happened.
Is that a yes or no?
Single mothers were manipulated by what Lyndon Johnson came out with. They changed the benefits on giving single mothers the incentive to have kids on all the welfare program. That changed our system in a major way. The feminist movement got single mothers to believe they don't need men and they're going to do everything by themselves and
Hey,
they
no
don't need a
way.
man to help them out.
Bro, he's just a rage baiter, bro. He's just a rage baiter. He's honestly, I don't even understand how he got a fucking episode. I really don't get it, bro. I don't even understand how he got an episode. Like, there's fucking so little substance. There's been zero substance in what he's saying. You can have so many better people to argue for the capitalism side. Like, you can do it in a way more elegant way. Like, way more elegant way. It's crazy.
Division that's happened between us caused many people to be in the situation that they're
most
at.
households are 50-50. They're closer to 50-50 today, so that has nothing to do with feminism.
Not
Feminism didn't just like convince women because they're too stupid to think for
Feminism
themselves.
was one of the worst things that happened in America because it pinned men against women.
Do you think that women...
Ay, ay, ay. Oh my Lord, guys. Oh my Lord. You know, guys. You know, guys. There's just zero substance in this dude. Zero substance. It's like the feminism came from a place of giving women choice. That's where it came from. Like, not so long ago, bro, women were in a position where they were just second-class citizens, and there's still work to be done, you know? And feminism as well, it is also from the argument of, you know, not putting the wrong societal pressures on men too. It's been so bastardized, bro. It's like the word has just been so hijacked and co-opted, you know, into like this I don't know, this bullshit. Aye. Men against women. Oh, it's just that, yeah, there was some men that didn't like the idea of you know, moving forward. Like obviously, it's like obviously there were men that were going to fight against it when the status quo like favors them. Obviously, they're gonna argue against it. Like women having the choice to do whatever they want in life is super important. I think everyone should have that right, regardless of fucking gender. Yeah, like the men got angry because they felt they were losing something, because obviously it's like they could be, you were in a position where you could be exploitive, you know?
Women are so stupid that they've been
No, I don't.
brainwashed. Okay, so you don't think that they've just fallen to this feminist propaganda? You don't think they're idiots?
No, I don't think that. But I do think people can be manipulated
but they're
and
not
brainwashed.
stupid enough to do that, because the majority of people are splitting
there are so
nearly
many
towards
people that bought
50-50.
into a philosophy that stole decades away from their lives, decades away from their lives, because they bought into an idea that didn't produce the results.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about capitalism is the best economical system that provides the best results for people.
But we can't just jump.
What? No. He's such a goofball. I don't know if we're gonna make it through this whole episode, guys. Like, bro, this is 30 minutes in. I am in shock every time.
Back and forth between claim to claim to claim. So the claim about feminism brainwashing people into being single mothers, how does that work?
No, I didn't. I said feminists originally brainwashed women to believe men are the enemy. That led to where we are today. Last week, report came in.
Single mothers?
Yes, in many cases, because they don't need men.
Do you have evidence for that?
100%.
You really think a single mother wants to be a single mother?
Absolutely, we have evidence of that.
You think the single mother making minimum wage down the road, like working for some grocery store, having to take care of all of her children, is just like, I just don't.
Oh my Lord, bro. It's so fucking, I don't know. It's so crazy. What are we actually saying, bro? Oh man, it's like women have now the choice to exit marriages where they are being abused and exploited. The fact that they have that right now is a really bad thing, guys. The fact that they have a choice to pursue a career and they don't, you know, they have the option to build wealth for themselves so they can choose their partners more accordingly. You know, that's just that's just a really bad thing, bro. That's just a really, really bad thing. The fact that women have the choice of partner and the choice if they can, you know, provide for themselves, you know, that's just a terrible thing. I think it was better when basically the father of a household chose who, you know, their daughter would be married to, and they would trade them for maybe gold and money, and then they would take care of that person, and they would have no choice, nothing. Like that's just It's just that ruined. You know, it's like it's bad that women are allowed to speak up about the things that bother them, the things that are hurtful in their life. Because in the past, when they were not allowed to speak up, then there was no complaints and everything was great. And also, when women were not allowed to vote, when women were not allowed to vote, then any of these issues that affected women in, of course, the democratic system that would benefit women, they weren't voted in because obviously you would only vote pro-men things in because they were the voting base. Yeah, great. It's just it doesn't fucking it doesn't ever address the underlying fucking issues. It was the same. I don't know. I watched like 10 minutes of the Candace Owens one as the same thing, and it's like feminism has ruined women. Like they are less happy now than ever. Like, yeah, how about looking at the underlying issues and maybe looking at things from the perspective of maybe now things are spoken about and people are actually allowed to voice their opinion and their thoughts. It just never addresses the underlying issue. It's just like headline, bam, 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 bam.
I don't need a man. I just want to be independent.
What percentage?
I'll live in abject poverty to be independent.
What percentage of the U.S. revenue that we get in you think we use for entitlement programs? What percentage?
I don't remember the exact percentage.
What do you think the number is? So we bring in $4.9 trillion.
But it's far less than what we do in private spending.
We bring $4.9 trillion in, okay? The U.S. revenue comes in. What percentage do you think goes to entitlement programs?
I don't know.
What do you think is a reasonable number?
Well, what you're calling entitlement programs, I'm actually not sure what you mean by that.
Yeah, I'm talking about Social Security. I'm talking about
so social
Section
welfare.
8. I'm talking about any of these.
It's much less than other OECD countries.
What percentage do you think it is?
I don't remember the exact percentage, but it's much less than other OECD countries.
You think it's
Hey, bro, he's like, I got her in this position where she doesn't know the exact number, and he's like, I'm going to use it as a stick for the longest time.
We are
10%,
far behind.
20%, 30%. What do you think the number is?
No, but it's relatively low compared to other OECD countries.
What do you think it is? Can you guess the number?
I don't remember the number off the top of my head. I've already said that.
68%. How much more entitlement?
68%. Can we fact check that?
You can fact check that,
Okay.
please.
In 2024, 60% of federal spending went toward entitlements, including Social Security and Medicare and federal pensions. The government spent $4.1 trillion on these programs and brought in $4.9 trillion in revenue, totaling 83%. But federal pensions and Social Security, how much is actually paid? How much is actually paid by the workforce? Because that's also important in this distinction. Because it's like you pay for your pension, you pay for these things. I wonder how much of the actual revenue it is, you know? Because the wording of this is because the wording of this is strange, at least to me. Maybe somebody can help me understand. In 2024, 60% of federal spending went toward entitlements, including Social Security and Medicare and federal pensions. The government spent $4.1 trillion on these programs and brought in $4.9 trillion in revenue, totaling 83%. Because so it made money? I don't understand this. Does anybody understand this? Mhm. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Individual taxes, payroll taxes, deficit, debt held by the public at the end of 2024, debt held by the public on average over the past 50 years. Debt held by the public is issued to finance annual deficits, the treasury's cash balance, and federal loan surplus can be used to pay down debt. Because for me to understand if this is a valuable argument, like if this is a valid argument at all, what I would need to understand is over what period of time is it spent, how much money is actually being taxed with the purpose of this in itself. Is discretionary. I would think it's more. I would think it's way more. I like, for me, I would guess that this is way more. Jesus, 800 billion on net interest on debt. Jesus Christ. The US dollar, bro. The US dollar. How much is paid into Social Security? Data says about Social Security. Okay. About half of Social Security recipients also pay income tax on their benefits. Most of these tax payments, 50 billion in calendar year or 3.8% of social revenue, go back to the system. The rest goes to help fund Medicare. Social Security also receives interest income from its large holdings of treasury bonds. All told, the retirement and disability programs took in 1.345 trillion in 2023. The Social Security programs own the debt of the US government? There's 52 million retired workers. What does an aging population mean for Social Security finances? Bro, this is breaching a topic that would require so much research because it's breaching so many different topics at the same time. I am out of my depth here because we would need to like break this down completely and then make points of comparisons to other countries and adjust it to an aging population. Ask Grok. Yeah, Rachel. Is it you, Rachel? Rach? Real Rachel?
Please.
68% goes to entitlement programs.
Of our federal budget?
No, of
No more
the
Kraken?
revenue that comes in, 68%.
So the capita GDP.
Not GDP.
Created 2016.
You're
I think that's you.
confusing the two different things here. Actual tax revenue that we get.
Okay, so tax revenue.
68%
Okay, now
of
that we're
it goes
specific.
towards entitlement programs. 68%. Thank you.
Yeah, but bro, but if it's 52, if it's 52 million retired people, bro.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Grace?
Yes, Grace.
Good to meet
Hi.
you.
I want to say that I think it's pretty comical that an elite such as yourself has the goal to tell us average Americans who's in poverty and who's not. A lot of
I
times
was an average American.
You're
I
not
was
anymore.
a guy that was in poverty.
You're not anymore.
And you can also
you're
change. You can also change.
Anyways,
Do you believe
you're
you can
talking
change?
down. A lot of times that the market for poverty is actually very low. So a lot of times like $2 a day is the line for how they measure poverty.
$2.15, yeah.
And that's ridiculous. So if I make $5 a day,
Yeah.
I'm not in
But that's
poverty.
because
I
it's
can,
around
I can
the world,
actually
not
live.
in
I can pay
America.
the rent.
Sure.
But we're talking about this country, right? We're not
Mm-hmm.
talking about around the world. I've noticed that you like to do that. You like to skirt from America and talk about other countries
I've been
to try
saying
to make it look
multiple
like we're
times.
better, but we're
America
actually
is the
getting
greatest
worse.
country in the world.
Anyways, it's the greatest country.
Hands
We're at
down, it's not
we
even
are at the
close.
highest that we've ever been with homelessness since we started collecting
Why
data.
is that? Ask your. Are you from
Because
California?
we haven't had a
Are
pay
you
raise
from
since
California?
2009.
Do you live
Our
here?
minimum wage nationally
Yeah.
is $7.25.
Okay.
And you wonder why we have the highest poverty rate. You think that capitalism's winning? Can you?
Why are these people also enraged? Honestly, because he's rage baiting on cooldown, bro. He's rage baiting and it's working. That's the sad part of this. He's rage baiting and it's working, bro. Like he was so fucking rude to the previous woman, like dropping the fucking feminist card. People are just so fucking angry and rage baited.
You survive? Would you like to live off $7.25
I
an
used to
hour?
work for $4.25 at Haagen-Dazs.
Right.
Then I
And that
went
was a
and
very
worked
different
at
time.
Burger King for $4.75.
And how much do you make
Then
now?
I make millions today. Then
Right,
I
and
worked
that's
at
why
Bob's
you like
Big Boy.
capitalism, because we're not
No,
all making
but
that.
The
And that's
difference
my point.
is, but
a
the difference
millionaire is
between
critiquing the people in
no,
poverty
the
and
difference.
saying
My
you should
hope,
work harder. You should work. You know,
my
you can
hope,
be me.
My
we can't
hope,
all be you.
My hope is that you believe you can change and improve.
The hair whip.
That you believe you can upgrade yourself. That's my
It's
belief.
very, you know what? That's what rich people like you want to keep telling us.
But
you
yeah,
can be
the
just like
difference-
me. Do you want to be
yeah.
like me? If you work hard enough,
I'm not
you can
saying
be like
that.
me.
I
It's
don't.
not very realistic.
It's actually you wouldn't be able to be like me because
You're
you wouldn't
talking
work that
down to
hard.
people like
Would you
us.
work that hard?
You don't.
Would you,
I'm not going to tell you. I don't have
would-
to answer
would
that.
you- if you
I
don't
don't
choose
have to measure my I don't have to measure my work ethic to be worthy.
You don't have to. Then you can't be upset for others who do so. You
I
can't
can't
be upset.
for people who
No,
are struggling.
because they
Losing.
work
She's
harder
giving
than
Patrick
you.
Bait David points
But
here.
go back to the homelessness.
How about we don't give
You live
Patrick
in the
Bait
state of
David points?
California.
I do.
Okay, you said homelessness.
Yes.
What do you think about your Governor Newsom? What do you think about him?
I don't like him. I'm a progressive. He doesn't do enough for the people.
Do you know when he
takes corporate money.
fantastic?
He takes money from people like
when
you.
he was,
he's not
I've
for the
never given
people.
him money. But do you know when he first
Oh,
became
that's
a
not a
governor?
surprise, but a
I
lot
would
of people
never
like
give
you
him
have.
money. But when he
Who have you
became a
given
governor
money?
first, when he became a governor first,
getting a headache.
from then till today, he's raised the amount of homelessness in this state by 36,000 people.
Okay, you know, I don't
he
like
was
the guy,
given
but he's not at fault for
24
homelessness.
billion
People like you are. Billionaires like you are the
Taxpayers
problem.
gave him 24 billion. Taxpayers
I believe it. I
gave
don't
him
like that guy.
$24 billion, and he didn't do nothing with it.
Vote
It
him
increased.
out. Vote him out.
Bro, like, what is he arguing against? She said she doesn't like him. What are we arguing, brother, bro? What are we doing?
You
He's
vote
just
him
like
out. You
you.
have him. It's not that.
That's what I'm
it's,
saying. I'm
but
not
no,
here
I would
to
tell
defend
you.
you, so.
You can
But
go.
you're not much different than him. That's all I'm saying. You're in the same class.
But you're sitting here blaming a person who's changed their lives for the better, and it's their fault. My dad was.
This is not the United States of Patrick Bet David.
Do you know
this
where?
is the United States of America.
I know, and I'm
all
so
of our
grateful to
people.
be here. I'm
and you
so
say
grateful
that,
to
but are
be
you
here.
willing to pay more
I
taxes
am
so that other
so
people don't
grateful to
suffer?
be here.
Are you willing to pay more
I
taxes
am
so other
so
people don't
grateful
suffer?
to be here.
I see you're skirting the question. You're not willing.
My dad was a cashier in Inglewood at a 99-cent store.
That's
we
great.
had nothing. No, I don't tell you that's great. We had nothing.
Well, I know
I'm
where
the
this is
guy that had
going.
I'm the guy that had a.
the
I'm
propaganda that you
but
guys.
what
So
you
you
don't.
can be like
But
me.
what you don't want to hear is
Under
that because it's the
capitalism,
truth.
we
Can I
cannot
ask you a
all be
question?
like you.
When's the last time you read a business book? When's the last time you read a self-help book?
I don't need to answer that. Oh,
When's the last time you read a
I
self-help?
wrote a self-help book.
Tell me
I'm a
what-
writer. I'm a creative.
Tell me what
and I
self-help
also,
book you read.
I'm not.
Give
I
me
don't
one.
need to.
Give me one you read.
Bro, I don't know why he keeps doing this shit where he asks like these fucking random ass questions where it's so obvious he doesn't give a shit about the fucking answer.
Are you willing to take one recommendation?
No.
You're not.
Not for me.
Then I can't help you.
That's okay. I don't need your help. I didn't come here for your
great.
help. I
You've
came
been
here to
flagged
debate
out.
you. Good.
Awesome.
How's it going, man?
What's your name?
Harmon.
I have to say, this running to the chair system is fucking awful. What the fuck is this, bro? I hate Jubilee, bro. I hate it. It's the fucking... This shit is so rage bait because it works. I think Jubilee showcases the problem of capitalism. Is that we all know this sucks ass, but we still watch it.
Armin?
Yep, Harmon Crow. When you said capitalism is the best form of economic organization the world has ever seen, it made me think of a very particular picture from history. So I don't know if you know this, it's a little history lesson. In 1900, King Leopold II of Belgium determined that the entire land of the Democratic Republic of the Congo was his personal property. And within 10 years, capitalists came out, they exploited all the land, extracted trillions of dollars of resources, 15 million Congolese died. For reference, the Holocaust killed 6 million people. And the most famous picture from that time in history is a rubber worker staring at the disembodied hands of his 8-year-old daughter because he didn't hit his rubber quota. I'm willing to bet that man worked harder to hit that rubber quota than anything you've ever worked for in your entire life. And I think when you say this is the best system that's ever been created, to me, that's the result. That's what happens when there's no rules.
It's devastating when you hear stories like that. I don't disagree with you. They had it hard. They worked very hard, and they had risk on the line. Many times it was their lives that was on the line. And you see that in many different places when you go.
Bro, I'm so excited to hear his response. I'm so fucking excited. As far as I know, like the death toll is hard to the death toll is very, very hard to determine. But what happened in Congo?
Back and study history. That's why today in America that can't happen. In America, you have a choice to do what you want to do with your life. When we go back and look at those stories, we can go to see what communism did. How many lives were killed because of communism control? You don't need to go through that number. You hear the numbers between 60 to 100 million. We can go that route. But if you're talking about which provided the best economical system today, you judge it by how many want to go live somewhere that gives you that opportunity, and that is America.
Do you know why kids can't work in America?
Why kids can't work in America?
Yeah, why there's child labor laws.
Yeah, because of child labor laws.
It was labor unions. They were getting shot at by police officers to fight for the weekend, to fight for the 40-hour work week.
Yeah.
Another good example is the 1908 mill children's strike. It was thousands of kids who were working 80-hour work weeks striking so they would only have to work 50 a week. That's what happens when there's no rules, right? And then the government had to come in and say, you can't employ children. So I think capitalism
We don't
itself,
disagree here with that. I don't think we're sitting here talking about child labor. Are you hearing me talking about capitalism is the best system because it provides child labor in America?
I'm
No.
saying that capitalism, there's no guardrails inherently. The government has to come in. People have to go and organize. And I think what you've seen for the past 50 years under neoliberal politics is that's slowly being chipped away. All of the good things of the New Deal, like Social Security, the 40-hour work week.
I do think you need law and order.
He's getting cooked. He's getting completely cooked. But this guy is too smart to be sitting across this dude. But this guy has no substance. He has no substance. Anything is he's getting boiled.
But also at times, you know, the amount of rules you put in place can prevent incentives. Right now, if you think about drones, warfare is changing, okay? And 70 to 80% of all drones that are being built today are being built by a company called DJI in China. Ukraine was building 1,000 drones a day at $500 and going and hitting $5 million equipment of Russia, destroying them. 68% of their attacks was from drones. When you come to America, look at us, we're at 1 to 2% at the top. Let me explain my point to you here. Part of it is over-regulation. Over-regulation, FAA laws, this laws, that law. So 500 startups that got into the drone business, they walked away because it's over-regulation. Many cases, when you say, I want to put this rule in place, great. Another person, no, I want to go this much. No, I want to go this much. No, I want to go this much. It eventually gets to the point that it chokes the innovator, and that's also not good.
I would disagree. I think regulation is the reason why there's no lead in our gas. You were talking about incentives. The only incentive that really matters to a good capitalist is profit. It is profitable to put lead in the gas, and it doesn't matter if it lowers the IQs of kids living nearby by 15 points.
Unfortunately, someone's convinced you at a young age.
Oh my lord, he does this thing again. This is the most condescending garbage argument ever, bro. Like, it is fucking disgusting. What a piece of shit he is, bro. He has a soundboard, bro. He belittles people, and then when someone comes with good arguments, he says that they are brainwashed. Like, it is crazy. Yamato, don't listen to this pro-Zionist. Yeah, this guy's a piece of shit. But we're just watching it because it's an interesting topic.
These capitalists are bad people.
I'm not here hyping PBD up, bro.
That they're terrible human beings.
Why are they fighting against taking lead out of their gas?
Think about it this way. You know, the main thing, I don't know if you know Michael Burry's. You ever seen the movie Big Short?
Why is there a Polish flag on the left? So basically, there's, I believe, 20 people in the room, and when 11 people have voted someone out, like they pull up their flag, then he needs to move away.
At the end of the movie where it says Michael Burry now is focused on water because he thinks water is the future gold or whatever he calls it, right? Okay. Go to the company that's Coca-Cola, that sells Coke. And how much criticism have you had over the years with Coke, right?
Oh, I think Nestle's had a lot of criticism because they don't think water is a human right for the...
That's a different conversation. If I may finish the point, one thing with Coca-Cola is the following. Do you know even Coke got to a point that they realized in order for Coca-Cola to be around 50 years from now, 100 years from now, they went and invested billions of dollars to fix the water issue around the world. They're trying to get cleaner water. Capitalists eventually get forced to take care of the person because having lead in the water is just not a good policy long term.
Okay.
Surrounded is now a podcast available.
Wealth.
My next claim is if all the money in the world were divided equally, it would return to the same pockets within 5 years.
No fucking way, by the way. No fucking way, by the way. If all the money in the world were divided equally, it would return to the same pockets in 5 years. No fucking way, by the way. That is crazy. That is nuts. That is crazy, by the way. That is that's a crazy take. Maybe in 20 years, not 5? No. No way. Bro, there are millionaires today that if they would have to start over, you're not making it back up, bro. There's so many people out there that got a stroke of luck and they ran with it, bro. He literally, to believe this, he believes that millionaires are just inherently better and smarter people, no matter what. It's just so twisted. It's just so twisted. And that's why I think, you know, someone that would be pro-capitalist would never put themselves in a position to argue this claim. Never, bro. It's not about building wealth. The hardest skill is managing to stay wealthy. He isn't wrong in that aspect. What? Bro, money begets money. That's such a stupid take. It's so much easier to make money if you have money. It's so much easier to make money if you...
The world were divided equally, it would return to the same pockets within 5 years.
And obviously, there's going to be circumstances where the people that have made their wealth now, they made it because they saw an opportunity that nobody else saw. And that opportunity is gone. And sometimes there's certain things in history that just sets you up, right? Like, sure, you can prepare yourself. You can prepare yourself and you can work super fucking hard. And then eventually, you know, you hit some luck, you know, where opportunity and preparation just meets, for sure. And there's going to be a bunch of people that are rich today, right? Rich today, that are not going to get the same opportunity that made them rich today in the past, whether it was a business idea or a opportunity to do certain things or invest in certain things, right?
What's your name?
Caleb.
Caleb.
Yeah, so you just said that you are proposing if we divided all the wealth equally in like 5 years. How would you propose we divide the wealth in that way? In this thought experiment, again, if we're going to give it a serious look, I want to understand, how would you propose that happen?
I hope you realize this is just a question we're asking everybody, right? But if you take all the wealth, which is around $500 trillion, okay, give or take, you divide it by 8 billion people, it would be around $62,500 each. Within 5 years, the people that don't know how to handle money themselves, they would lose it all.
You know what would happen? The value of the dollar would deflate, okay? The value of the dollar would deflate, right? And whoever puts himself in position to gain power is going to win.
And within 5 years, the same wealthy would get the same amount of money.
As someone,
but we are not talking, like, when he says money, we're talking about wealth, not money. Like, you're not going to have dollars in your hand. It's basically, it's like 500 trillion. Is that the dollar amount, or is it the question of like the collection of all companies in the world?
Someone who certainly doesn't make that much money, I'm willing to take that as a gamble just for fun. I'll be honest, but at the same time, like, okay, so you're just now claiming that people who don't have wealth don't know how to manage it. And that's fair because a lot of them have never had it before. So what do we do to basically ensure that people like myself who are currently, thank you to the United States, thank you to the state of California for giving me medical insurance to get blood work, for giving me food stamps so I can have food. I've applied to, I don't know how many hundreds of jobs. I can show you the receipts. I can show you the email confirmations. Like, I am trying my best to use my values with the freedom that we have
So
here.
if I gave you a job, you would work 40 hours a week?
If the job is in alignment with something that's noble and good, I think I could. The issue is, and again, you may say that this is a personal weakness, but like right now, substitute teaching, tutoring, trying to help in that way, is making it so that I'm able to scratch by. But without the supplemental income and the help from the society of people who make more money, I'm going to not have enough food.
I want to address something which you made a point that I agree with. On why don't some people create wealth? In my family, when I was growing up, and I was telling this young lady over here, when my dad was a cashier at a 99-cent store, we've never owned an insurance policy before. My parents, we've never owned a house before. I've never lived in an apartment with a swimming pool before. We've never had a 401k stock, mutual fund, none of that stuff. I had no clue how money worked. So for me, when I got out of the Army with a 1.8 GPA, out of high school, I went straight to the Army because I didn't know how money works. If you look at our system today, in high school, we learn about a lot of different things. They don't teach us about taxes, finances, mutual funds, stocks, bonds.
You know what PBD thinks, guys? Anyone that pursues being a nurse or a teacher or a firefighter or a police officer, he thinks they are stupid. They are stupid. They could be out there reading books, making more money.
Colleges don't even teach a lot of that right now. So
Do you
come
work
out.
in a high school?
Did I work at a high school?
Do you have experience like me, someone who's essentially on those front lines working in?
I've worked with many high school teachers and the directors of psychology to talk to the youth. Yes,
So
I have.
right now, I'm in a position where I have options, like you said. I do have some options, but they seem to be somewhat destructive and exploitative of me, of my peers. So I'm trying to
I think you're too
discriminate.
selective for jobs right now. You don't have the ability to be selective at this stage.
Well, but the thing is, I do because I'm
some...
instilled with a freedom that is maybe God, universe given, and I don't actually have to, because of the system, like you said, I don't have to play along with some corrupt game. So I gave up
I think California
a career.
is perfect for someone like you.
Well, thankfully,
Yeah,
California agrees. But you mentioned earlier in a previous discussion that we have free speech, we can say what we want.
Right.
But the thing is, have you been punched on the train for how you look and how you share your ideas?
Do I look like an American to you? Do you see this nose?
No, I'm just asking.
I'm Middle Eastern. You know what's happened to this guy? You know what's happened to me when I was discriminated all over the place?
So do you really feel like that's free speech
no,
if you're being
but I don't mind
punished
it. I don't,
by people who have prejudice against
I don't
you?
mind it because I understand there is risk that you may be disrespected. They're like, here, I've been disrespected here many times. I've been offended here many times. A lot of you are coming here finding a way to attack me and tell different stories.
What?
I'm okay with
I
that.
don't want to attack you.
You're being very
Bro, he's been attacking every motherfucker up there.
respectful. I'm not talking about you. But what I'm saying to you is, when you say, have you ever been
I think the issue is this is just for content, bro. It's just for content. Like, you can have so many better people argue for capitalism than PBD, bro. Like, he's just a fucking goofball. He's just a goofball. He's a grifter. Like, he's just a fucking grifter, bro, to the max, bro. It's just that there is no it's just the epitome of it is, it's like, even when it comes to his podcast, he's going to have the opinion that is going to make him the most amount of money. Not to not have that is, of course, it would be stupid in his valuetainment structure. He has to hold the opinion that is going to make him the most amount of money. APEC, go sponsor this guy, bro. Maybe, honestly, maybe they are already, bro. Like, fucking Netanyahu went there and did his propaganda on his podcast in a crazy fucking way, bro.
on a bus? You don't want to hear about what things has happened to me because of the way I look.
Because I feel
but
like
I don't want to use
you've
that.
been through a lot of trauma in your life, and now you're kind of clinging to things.
I'm not. What I don't want to do that. I have my son is sitting right here, my 13-year-old son, my 4-year. I have 4 kids. I bring them everywhere. I want them to see that it's okay. People going to disagree with you. You have to be comfortable with this.
All the time.
You are with 13-year-olds all the time?
Because of my job, because I'm a substitute teacher and a tutor. The thing is, you can.
Ain't no way. Like, the fact that he asked like that, bro, it's kind of fucked, no? Why did he ask like that? What the fuck? What is that illness, by the way? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. That is so fucked in the head, bro.
Apply many different things, and that is your right. But what I'm saying is, right now, I care deeply about having a good experience. The incentive that I feel is for peace and prosperity.
I respect it.
And again, I'm using my freedom now, but the issue is, you're saying we have all these options, but whenever I tour the globe, I see franchises that have monopolized pretty much everywhere. So when you talk about options, it's really, there's these select few people who have this infrastructure that's really benefiting them more than others, and without some sort of conscious, spiritual, moral awakening, what can we do except for beg and appeal and amass?
Well, no, you can't be too selective. At the beginning, when I worked at Haagen-Dazs, I couldn't be too selective.
The issue with people like this, right, is if you live in a way where you can't put yourself in other people's shoes, or live in a way where you understand that if everyone in the world took the same actions as you did, that everything would go to shit. Like, I could never bring myself to cut in line. I could never bring myself to cut in line. Because in a world where everybody did, the world would fall apart. That's a very simple example, right? I cut in line everywhere. Yeah, that's fucked up. I like you a lot less now. And it goes hand in hand with what you said before. You're part of the problem, bro. I like you less. Like, let's say somebody's littering. I can't see a world where I would litter, because in a world where everyone did that, it wouldn't fucking work. And to understand, in order for society to work, there needs to be certain things in place, like on the education front, right? On the education front, or let's say police work. There's certain things in life that you believe are necessities, right? And if someone is choosing to do a job that is a massive benefit to society, then by definition, it's like, I think teachers should be paid well, because the job is extremely important, right? Extremely, extremely important. But they don't get paid well. Most of them are doing it because that's what they love doing, and that's like, they think that it's their obligation, you know? And if you then live in a world where every action you take should be in order to make more money, the world wouldn't work. So you need to, in order to accept your position, like his position now, that the worldview is that if I did it, anyone else can, is so inherently poisonous. Because it comes back to my initial claim. I think that you should create, the goal should be trying to find a baseline where basic needs are met. Because in that structure, you're going to have people that are helping, are caring. There's going to be people that are innovative. You're also going to have lazy fucks. Yeah, it will happen. I agree teachers should earn more, but a lot of people can also be teachers, not good ones, but also a lot of people get the job. Well, there's a scarcity for it, you know? Because it's crazy to think that he doesn't understand that he succeeded due to a lot of things being in place in the first place. Yeah, luck is a hell of a thing. But there's definitely people that have luck and do nothing with it. There's definitely a lot of that. I'm not saying that there isn't. I have friends that like have opportunities, they don't take them, they miss a meeting, they do bullshit. There's definitely some of that. But you can't like fucking build a society based on that. Because that's just the anecdote. You need to look at the collective.
Because you're saying I can't whenever I can.
It's a choice.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, nice.
Appreciate you for being respectful.
I'm glad y'all tripped over each other because I did too. How's it going? James.
What's your name? James.
So one of the things that you have stated is that we have options. Okay. So just to give you a little bit of my background, I come from a divorced family, and we lived below the poverty level from the time that I was born until now, frankly. So I'm one of those people that you're talking about that isn't pulling themselves up by their bootstraps enough. Which, like, I didn't have boots to begin with, and like, I don't know if you've ever had boots, but like, legs are load-bearing structures.
I relate.
And like, you can't really pull up a boot when you're wearing it, you know? So where exactly am I failing when I am working 80 hours a week? I am taking the only jobs that will hire me. I have put in 477 applications.
Let's do the game, right? Okay, let's do the game. It's going to say, are you reading any self-help books? Are you listening to podcasts? Are you trying to create a business? Are you investing your money? Are you do you have a Netflix subscription? See, you have a Netflix subscription. You are actively watching Netflix. You are wasting time. This is a good time for you to make a push-up and start a drop shipping company.
Over the last 2.5 years, not even gotten a call back once.
You have to pick with jobs.
You tell me. You're a job creator.
But I don't know your resume. You know your life.
You should donate blood, donate plasma, donate one testicle. Go do research on your body. Give your body to medicine.
Better than I do. Why do you think you have not gotten a call back on 477?
Because I do not have a degree.
Okay.
Because I do not have a degree, because I could not afford one.
Okay.
I live in an area where the physical job market is very limiting.
Where do you live?
I live in rural Texas.
Okay.
So in that, like in the town that I grew up in, for instance, there are 8 jobs, period.
Does your family live there? Mom, dad, everybody's in that same city?
Everybody was at one point.
Okay.
Most of them are dead now.
Okay, sorry to hear.
It is what it is. It's poverty. You know, we're kind of used to that on this side.
Why do you feel like you're a victim? Why do you feel like you're a victim? Why do you feel like the way you speak, like, you know, you're the victim where all this happened to you?
Because I exist and things happen to you, and as such, things happen, and that's why I say that they happen to me.
You're a good-looking guy. Why do you think you're a victim? Why do you think you're somebody that's got into a situation because it's not fair what happened to me?
Oh, you're a good-looking man.
Let me give you a couple options.
Sure.
Are you open to leaving the city you're in?
I've already left it.
So what city?
I've left multiple cities.
So if somebody else gave you a job in a different place, you'd be
100%.
willing to move there?
100%.
Okay. On your resume,
It says that.
What do you have on your resume? Skill set. What do you offer?
Transportation expertise, logistics expertise.
You consider yourself a hard worker?
I mean, I feel like 80 hours a week.
That's a hard worker.
Sure.
How about we do this? How about I interview you and I give you a job? Would you move to Fort Lauderdale?
Ooh, man, that's Florida. Sure, why not?
Would you move to Fort Lauderdale?
Sure, why not?
How about you and I document this? After this, you come, I do an interview with you, and I give you a job. And let's see what you do 90 days later.
Okay, and I'll look up your company and all that kind of stuff, and I'll see it.
But you see what just happened
regardless,
right there? But watch what you just did.
Sure.
You just said you applied to 477 companies who's not gotten back to you.
Yeah.
A business owner who's hiring aggressively just made an offer to you. You said you're willing to move. Then you said, I'll look at it. You became selective.
I didn't say I'll look at it if you'd let me finish my sentence.
Go ahead. I want to hear it.
I would like to look into your company to see exactly what you guys do.
You would like to?
Because I don't know what you guys do.
Okay.
So as far as I'm concerned, I may be wasting my time going. If you guys are a finance company, if you guys are a bank or something like that, I don't have the certifications, I don't have the degrees. So even interviewing me would be a moot point.
What if I gave you a job, period, to work 80 hours a week? Would you take it? And I paid you a reasonable wage.
Are we talking a livable wage or a reasonable wage?
What do you
and
make
whose
right
version
now?
of reasonable are we talking about?
Right
Your
now?
version of reasonable or my version of
But
reasonable?
you see, so now for me, what I'm noticing from you is
I need specifics?
No, not necessarily. No, most of the people I hired need specifics. The difference is I'm trying to hire them. In this instance, you're trying to get a job and you're being selective. It's going to work against you.
I mean, I'm not trying to get a job. Originally, I was trying to ask you where the moral fell.
My offer's off the table
okay,
because you're going to be difficult to work with.
Okay, sure.
Bro, this is so fucking hilarious. It's so fucking hilarious. I don't know, bro. He's just the fucking biggest rage baiter of all time. He's 100% right. What do you mean he's 100% right? What's the point he's making? How is he right? How is he right? He didn't make a point. How can you say he's right? He offered him. Everything he says is right.
But my question was, where is my moral?
Just so you guys know, this Geds guy is the guy who said, you're an immigrant. Of course you think that way.
Failing. Like, where is it that you are saying that I am not working hard enough and I am not doing enough?
I just experienced it right now because the way you just handled the situation.
Got it. So I should accept anything that somebody gives me at first blush if it is a guaranteed thing.
No, not necessarily.
I agreed to do your interview.
He's over the top, but you gotta agree there are so many lazy bastards who want money and are not willing to work hard. Yeah, but that's no different than the argument of saying, so those people should just go die. Is that what you want? They should die. Those people should go die. Is that where we land? It's just that creating policy or based on anecdotes, like that's so bullshit. It's the same way what's happening with the ICE raids and whatever. It's like, oh, look at this circumstance where this immigrant did a bad thing. All immigrants are part of gangs and sell fentanyl. It's like, no. The immigrant workforce in the US is extremely important. You know? Well, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing here? Like, they have the lowest crime rates because, bro, they are shit fucking scared to do crimes. Like, people are in like the right wing in the US is behaving like people never got deported before. Like, yeah, we just invented deportation before nobody got deported. It's just that, you know, the example I'm bringing up is it's like he's not even being selective. It's like, you're gonna work 80 hours for me. You have no idea what the fuck you're doing. Like, who the fuck would sign up for that? What if you have to like lick PBD's feet for 80 hours? Like, bro, you needed a job. You needed the money. Like, bro, you're just being selective. Like, what kind of an argument is this? He's asking very, very, very solid questions. Of course, an immigrant wouldn't understand working hard. Nah, bro. What are you saying? I've held a job since I was 13. He's just racist. Do we keep him? Do we keep him, guys, as a pet? Or do we ban him? We ban him? Cry, Lamau. Cry. No. Of course, communists ban me. I'm communist. I'm not communist. I'm for private ownership and private companies. Capitalist bans me, white capitalist. I followed today. He followed today. Actually, yeah, he followed today. He did. Have a great day. Yeah, you too, you too. There we go.
I agreed to be interviewed by you, and you agreed to consider me for hiring.
Yeah.
So therefore, I am taking that opportunity. I've chosen to. But because I am asking you for specifics, your immediate reaction is that, oh, well, you're trying to be picky. I'm not. I'm asking
specifics. You could have simply
I said I need to look up your company. That's all I said.
You could have said is, I'm willing to have the interview.
And I did.
You would have had the interview.
And I did.
No, you said it depends.
I said,
don't
yeah,
know.
sure.
Let me look.
Yeah,
Let me do
sure.
all
I
this
would
other
look
stuff.
into your company. That's all I said.
I appreciate you. Thank you, James.
If you're from a poor background and your situation is so dire and you have family history of no opportunity, I think the point being made is you should prioritize getting a decent wage with a decent opportunity, even if it's not the perfect dream job. Yeah, but that's not the point that is being made here, right? It's like, do you want to sell all your morals and all your health and all your well-being for the sake of money? Is that an argument? I think that you should be, isn't the whole point that you should be able to have some standards so you don't get exploited and you aren't literally like a fucking slave? That's the whole point. That's the whole point. Like the whole idea is that there should be some standards of living. It's like let's say like this. Well, it's like, oh, you're poor, just work as a prostitute, like, right? Just sell your body and let people do fucked up shit to you, like offer the most fucked up shit ever, and maybe you're gonna make money, and then maybe you, after a year of that, you can escape poverty. Like, is that what we're saying? Oh, like you should be allowed to have dignity and, you know. Yeah, and that's the whole thing, right? He asked, I need to look into what your company does. That's not a crazy thing to do when you apply for a job. It's like I offer you a job, work 80 hours for me, and then it's like, oh, I didn't look into the company. Well, now you signed for Cocksuckers Limited, and that's all you do. It's like, what are we saying? You know? Maybe somebody out there, maybe that's a dream job and that's your thing, but like you should be allowed to keep your dignity and your health while still, you know, reaching you know, a livable wage.
Hi,
What's your
I'm
name?
Faye.
Faye?
Yeah,
Good to
nice
meet you.
So how would you define socialism? Because I think you're
Wait,
kind
her
of
name is Faye, and then it's
misunderstanding what
Isabella?
anti-capitalist ideals look like. I think we are just trying to advocate for basic rights for our people in this country and across the world, of course. But I don't think it's necessarily about equal wealth disparity around the world for most people that are anti-capitalist. I think it's more about just standard rights that are provided by the government.
Standard rights that are provided by the government.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So
go a little bit deeper. So for you, when the claim here is, if the money in the world were divided equally,
so
it will
I
return
think
to the same pockets within 5 years. Do you disagree?
yes.
Tell me why you disagree.
Yeah, so I disagree because I don't even think many people are trying to argue for that.
People are not trying
So
to
like,
argue
who
for
are you
that?
arguing in this
Yeah,
debate?
what I'm trying
There's
to
like
say.
a very select.
He's arguing that rich people are the smartest people and the best people and the most work-harding people, and you would drop them anywhere in the world and they would still make it because they are just built different. They're built different. There's no luck involved. All the people that are poor, they stay poor. If they work 5 jobs and they can't get out of poverty, you suck ass. Nope. We should just do, bro. Just implement the caste system from India, bro. Just caste system. Just fucking divide people. Like, you're gonna be forever poor. You're gonna be a the middle class that is quickly disappearing, and you're gonna be rich. Just fucking divide people from the get-go.
Like amount of people that are trying to argue for equal wealth disparity.
Yeah.
Most people are at least trying to at least advocate for wealth and at all for people that don't have access
really
to
OP,
healthcare right
sure,
now,
yeah.
that don't have access to a good education right now, that don't have access to their basic needs like food.
Do you think our system right now allows people to stay in those situations long term?
They force them to stay in those situations long term.
Okay, so part of me actually agrees with you, but why do you think they force them to stay in those situations long term?
I think because they are trying to convince the working class that they don't have rights.
I actually don't think that's what it is, although that's fair to your point here. What's the chances that any of you here voted for Donald Trump in 2024? Exactly, right? What is the chances that all of you here can't stand the phrase MAGA, Donald Trump, any of that stuff? Is that a fair assessment? Fair, okay.
Yeah, so it's your
So
point.
think about it this way. So maybe you're right that the Democratic Party that's been earning your vote for a long time wants to keep you there because they'll have your vote for the rest of your life.
They have never earned my vote.
Who did you vote for in 2024?
In 24, I voted for the Socialist candidate.
Who was that?
Claudia de la Cruz, I believe.
Who did you vote for in 2020?
I was actually not able to vote. I was in a hospital.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yes,
sorry
because of results of capitalism.
Tell me more.
Yeah, so I didn't have access to proper health care or even access to a proper job that would sustain me as a disabled person.
Are you comfortable being specific on what happened?
I
you
guess
don't have
so.
to if you're not
I mean,
comfortable
I'm
with it.
also mentally ill, so that was something I had to deal with. But I'm mainly mentally ill because I am disabled in a capitalist country.
Tell me more about mentally ill. Who qualified you as somebody that's mentally ill?
Me and my doctor team.
Who convinced you that you're mentally ill?
Oh no.
Me and my doctor team.
What's the specific category?
No, man. Oh man, what is this line of questioning? Like, he's so, I don't know. He's such a piece of shit, bro. I don't know. He's just fucking digging for something so he can say, well, you live in America and all you need is a fucking podcast, bro. Bro, I don't know. It's so fucking, bro. You've been brainwashed by your doctors. I don't know, bro. Like, he's just asking these weird ass questions. Like, look at her confused face. Like, look at, like, she doesn't have the grind set, bro. She's not grinding enough, bro. The mental illness you're experiencing is just a construct of your imagination. And capitalism is your exit. That's your exit, bro. You just need to sleep less and work harder, bro.
You're one. You know why I asked this question? Let me explain to you why I asked this question.
So I don't even like the psychological industry. I don't really stand for like Sigmund Freudian politics or anything like that. So if you're going to debate the ethics of psychology.
I'm not. Where I'm going with this is going back to the same thing with if the money were to divide it equally, it'll end up being worth out within 5 years.
Bro, what if he's about to say, it's like, so if we divided all the money and you obviously are experiencing difficulties, you would lose all that money. If he drops that right now, I swear, we're turning off the video. Like, I just have no expectations anymore about how scummy this guy is going to be.
My trouble is, in many cases, somebody you and I look up to will say something to us that we choose to believe for the rest of our lives. Unfortunately, it could be something where you have ADHD, you're mentally ill, you're poor, you're this, you're that, and we get to...
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, he's such a horrible person. He's such a terrible person. He's such a terrible person. He's denying the existence of mental illness. That is... it's insane. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. I can't believe it's getting worse.
To choose to buy into that or not. And if you do...
So you're saying I'm not mentally ill or I'm not disabled?
saying you are or you're not. I would challenge it to go a little bit deeper to see if there's anything you can do about it.
So you're...
Why is he assuming that she didn't? You know, just because she's poor, he's assuming she didn't do everything that she could. Like... What is up? Who is your doctor? Where did he study? Is his parents? Is your doctor poor? Maybe that's the problem. Maybe your doctor doesn't believe in capitalism. If your doctor believed in capitalism, maybe he would invest more time into curing mental illness.
You're asking me about my health. You're asking me about my disability.
I'm not.
And my...
I will say we are in a market where, stay with me here, there is a market where there's profit to convince you to you have issues to take the medication.
Are we in a market where people are being convinced and being kept on, you know, he's saying a fucked up thing, but he's also pointing out a flaw of capitalism. He's saying he's all no way.
Because they're making money.
Yeah, but I
and
don't
I'm
have
not
access to the
of
medication.
That.
I don't have access to even a result or a solution to my disability as someone with a connective tissue disorder. It's genetic.
Have you been able to go to different doctors and get yourself tested? And
yeah.
See? You have?
Yes.
And in California?
Yes, but not enough. I can't find a specialist.
You can't find a specialist?
I can't find a specialist for who I am.
Is there anyone in your life that's willing to pay for the specialist?
Well, they could or they would if they had.
All right, PBD. Offer to pay. Offer to pay right now. Do it. Offer to pay right now. Do it.
Money, but yeah.
Would you be okay if I pay for a specialist for you to go see?
Yeah.
Would you take money from a capitalist to help you go see specialist?
I mean, yeah, sure. Why
he's
not?
doing it.
You go see where do you live in California?
Rare dub. Rare dub, bro. He's just clip farming. I swear it's clip farming. Bro, I'm so cynical about this dude that I think he's gonna promise it and then never do it on some technical. He's like, so who's this doctor she's like, so who's this doctor I'm meeting? He's like, nah, you're too selective. I'm not fucking doing this. Like, you're too selective. You said you have no access, and I'm giving you access. And now you're asking questions. Nah, it's just...
California?
Yeah.
I'm going to have you go see 2 specialists. But would you also be open to seeing somebody else I choose as a psychologist that may...
No.
You're not.
No.
So you
choose as a psychologist. You're choosing who gets to determine what my mental health looks like. No.
That's so fucked. I'm happy she reacted that way. It's like, would you be fine with me choosing a psychologist that you get to meet? Bro, I don't know. I mean, we can clock everything that's coming.
No.
Okay, then I wish you nothing but the best.
Yeah, so I think... All right, thanks for talking.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Holy moly, bro. He just adds qualifier on qualifier on qualifier on qualifier on qualifier until he finds a little thing he can find a score point on. But his go-to now is offer people what they want, and then when they have a question or a slight concern, he says, see, you just don't want it hard enough. To be fair, a shrink is a shrink. They're all quacks. Saul, honestly, brother, you're here often when we watch a league, but you've been so fucking disappointing today, bro. So disappointing. Like, what are we saying, bro?
How you doing, man?
What's your name?
Seth.
Seth, good to meet you.
I think your claim kind of doesn't make any sense because it would not inherently be a capitalist society you're describing.
That's tomorrow.
Because I'm surprised nobody's really addressed this issue. We haven't even defined what socialism is. Capitalism is a system in which all businesses are funded by millionaires and billionaires, investor classes. If this society, everybody had the same amount of money, I don't really know how the money would be generated up and down. I don't know in this theoretical. It sounds more like an anarchist society, which would make more sense.
You know, we're using this as a hypothetical.
Yeah, so
right? I want to make sure I qualify
My
that
point
we're not.
being, we haven't even described what capitalism is.
But stay on this point here because you came here. Let me go back to this one. If all the money in the world divided equally, it would return to the same pockets within 5 years. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, I disagree.
Tell me why you
I
disagree.
believe in a system more akin to that kind of system. I think that a system with people with more wealth and equality.
But do you know why the wealth would go back to the same?
Bro, this argument, bro, just send me in, bro. Send me in. I would. This is so easy, bro. Send me in.
Same people and the same people
I
at
know
the
why
bottom
I
would be
wouldn't.
poor. Why do you think it would?
Well, it wouldn't go back to the same thing or places because I don't think that we have an inherent equal starting point in the beginning.
But this is a starting point. What I'm saying to you is, if we right now did a case
why it wouldn't go to
study,
the same places because we have never even tested some sort of free market. We've never seen any sort of system akin to that. A genuine free market, not one that's distorted by capitalists, by business owners. Capitalists generally protect their own class. That's why people rise to the top. Yes,
I don't know
absolutely.
about that. I actually think it's a very
They protect
competitive
their own-
place to be.
No, there's not at all. People start at the very bottom. They have no shot to even.
Do you know why I make the claim of if all the money in the world were divided equally, would return to the same pockets within 5
I'm
years?
assuming that you think that because people work harder or something like that. But
It's-
I would argue the
it's-
people that work the hardest are the people
Bro,
that make
we are
the least
19
amount of
minutes in and they are addressing the argument one time.
money. The people that work the least, live on their yachts, are the ones that are owning all these companies. Never been inside the businesses that they own.
I don't know if I agree with that.
It's just that you know, it's like I think there should be social nets, right? I do believe in social safety nets and to uplift the average to have basic needs. But I also understand in terms of capitalism, it's like there's going to be losers and winners because inherently it's a race. But he's refusing to admit that there's any losers and far more losers and the people that are going to be exposed. He's refusing to admit that. He believes just that Elon started from zero and look where he is now. He started from zero? Elon didn't start from zero, brother. Yeah, thank you very much, Bye Band. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Elon Musk did not start from zero.
I was just in Arkansas 3 days ago.
The richest
I
people.
was just in Arkansas a week ago, and I went to a city called Hot Springs, Arkansas. It was two friends from high school started a windows company, 250 employees.
Yeah.
The city loves them. They work their tails off.
I'm not really
They're
referring to small businesses.
But I'm talking about, but many big businesses started small. Walmart wasn't big day one. Walmart was small when it first
making
started.
fun of the guy in the video. All right, thank God, thank God. Honestly, I am a little bit defensive because I've been shocked today. Have you been shocked? That's being value-tained, guys. We're being value-tained.
Because they exist off
They're
of...
not a monopoly. Amazon is taking a big share
they
away
own
from them.
Oligopoly, whatever. They own a large market
Do you
share because their ability to use their money
Do
to
you know how
lobby
many
it.
jobs they've created around the world? Walmart has.
I'm not even referring
It's
to
3 million
Walmart.
jobs
The
worldwide.
The point
Nice. You got fact-checked.
being is capitalists distort the market so it's unfree. How could it be a free market
Okay,
if
so-
everybody in the market inherently wants to make it unfree because they want
So
to rise to the top?
I'm watching
if
you.
everybody has the incentive to maintain a free market, then that's something that...
So let me go back. The reason why I said if all the money...
I just think this like the people here, they have very little debate skills, you know? They have very, very little debating skills, so they fall into these fucking traps, these debate traps. Like being a good debater is a fucking skill, bro. Like these guys have no, like even if they have a point, they just kind of get dragged around in the conversation and we just talk about garbage, you know?
In the world were divided equally, it would return to the same pockets within 5 years. To me, it's because...
Like he's just fucking jumping all over the place, and then the person sitting across feels the need to like address everything that he says, you know?
It's of market value, what value you bring to the place, your contacts, your relationship, how hard you're working.
He's destroying them in my eyes. I don't really think he is. Like at least like for me, for anyone that can see through it, he's just so full of shit but he's dominating the conversation, if that's what you're talking about. But he's not saying anything. He's saying nothing. He's making himself look pretty fucking bad, I think.
All of those combined habits that you.
Because it's like his belief structure. His belief structure is plain and simple. It's like, yeah, everyone can make it. If you didn't make it, it's your fault. Which is a fucked up view. It's just a fucked up view, bro. Where you spawn, where you live, where you like how your family is such a predictor. It's such a predictor of success. And there's gonna be outliers. There's gonna be outliers, but they are outliers for a fucking damn reason. They're not the example. You know, they're not the example. I worked my fucking ass off to get to the point where I was, and I got to work in esports for 15 years. I worked my fucking ass off, but I also understand that I had some luck along the way, and I made the most out of that luck because I worked my fucking ass off. But I also understand that if I didn't get a laptop from school, I got a laptop from school, I wouldn't be able to play as much as I did. Like, me getting the laptop from school was a fucking blessing. I got a laptop just as League was starting, and I used that laptop to the max in order to grind the game because I believed in how good I could become. If I didn't have that laptop, bro, like how can I compare to fucking anything, you know?
You have in place, habits that you have in place, and also habits at the bottom. The habits at the bottom are not long-term thinking, it's short-term. When I didn't have any money and I was
But in that same vein, I can also say there's players out there that have worked their fucking ass off. Maybe they don't get maybe they don't get what's it called? Maybe they don't get opportunities. There's been great players that have been completely, you know, ass blasted, like by market opportunity. Completely ass blasted. You know, if anything, it's like you look at what happened to some of the Los Ratones players, you know? Nemesis, Crowny, it's like Reckless as well, with some of their, you know, situations, whether it was G2, Fnatic, Crowny, BDS, Nemesis, Fnatic, right? You know, if what would like these guys, I don't know what they would be doing right now if it wasn't for the Los Ratones opportunity that they cooked together, because that's like a perfect storm of things, you know? It's just sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. And to say, like, to pretend that you always have the 50 best players playing in the LEC, because these are the premium positions to be in, to say that this is going to be the case is crazy.
was broke $49,000. If I had $500 to my name, we're driving on the freeway to go to Vegas to party for the weekend and come back. If I had a penny to my name, I'm having a blast. Until 25 years old, I changed my habits financially. Then things changed. But this point here that we're talking about with the wealth...
Some people are so far off from that point, they're so far in debt that small decisions would not alter...
It's not true.
Yes, it absolutely is.
It's not true, he says? He says it's not true? It says it's not true. Are you mad? Are you mad?
You're just privileged and you've lived in a certain
You think
example.
I'm privileged?
I'm privileged. You're privileged to become a millionaire because of your hard work. That's amazing. That's
my
the only
mom
person.
ran out of money and went back to Iran. You're talking to a guy that would have done 20 years in the army. If one guy doesn't call me, if one guy would have called me to...
The army is the government funding you.
I understand that, and I joined the army because I had given up on life.
Social programs.
No, I had...
Absolutely.
I was not confident on what I could do, but I...
Bro, is it a country that, like, you know, imagine you have an army, right? But you teach soldiers like skills that are required in society, and then you use the army to like build bridges and shit. You just have an engineer army, and then you just fucking send them to different locations. It's like, we have a housing crisis in this area. We're gonna send in the fucking the engineer SEALs. The engineer SEALs. And then their education is paid for, and all they need to do is, you know? Because don't you, like, if you go army and you are there for a certain amount of years, you get certain benefits, no? Like...
I changed. So can you. Look at the way
absolutely.
You're speaking to me.
You can change, you can work hard, but
do you know
not...
somebody like you? Do you know somebody like you that speaks this eloquently? If somebody gets a hold of you in real estate, insurance, finance, you can learn how to sell, and you can make some real good money. Somebody like you that I'm watching.
Not everybody's born with those abilities. You have to be...
Brother,
somebody who's white, tall, 6'4", whatever. They're
I'm
much
Middle
more
Eastern. I'm from Iran. Do you
but
realize
think about
a lot of stuff that goes against me?
Okay, but many people have no choice to
But
physically
that's an
alter.
excuse language to be making. That's not a language.
If you never have the opportunity to compete because you're pre-designed.
I appreciate you being respectful. Truly, you need to know that. So, I'll be respectful to everybody.
Absolutely.
But I appreciate you for being respectful. Right now, everybody that's here, me changing your mind, it's not a very high likelihood.
Sure.
Okay, the audience that's watching, 40% of them are going to agree with what you say, what you say, what you say, what you say, and they hate me. 40% of the audience is going to agree with me. 20% of the audience is in the middle saying, I don't know, man, what do you think I should do? Should I feel like a victim or should I not make excuses? Or what?
Should I feel like a victim? But this is not, you know, like, first and foremost, he's been extremely fucking disrespectful and condescending fucking through and through. Like what he did to the lady that said she had mental illness and she's been struggling with disease was completely fucked. What he did to the blonde lady as well, like saying that her mind has been brainwashed by professors and feminism, was completely fucked. In this situation, there is no accountability for what he's saying. He's been disrespectful to all the women, basically. Yeah, Jesus, you clocked it. That's how I spend most of my day, deciding if I should feel bad for being poor. Yeah, like that. That was the point I want to get to. Is he's talking at it as if he's motivating people at home. Like that's his view. He's like, bro, if you want to succeed, you gotta work hard. You can't be sitting there complaining. You gotta work hard. It's like, no. We're talking about the structures that are in place. We're having a philosophical debate about the issues. We're having a philosophical debate about the issues. I don't even know if let's call it a political debate or like I don't know what the correct word for it is, but philosophical sounds wrong. But to see what can be done in order to uplift more people and to, let's say, generate more prosperity in a population. But he's like, yeah, but bro, there's 20% people at home that are sitting there and they're like, maybe they're not working hard enough. Maybe I can motivate them. It's like, bro, that's not the fucking point of this conversation.
What is that guy saying? Or should I do this? And should I sympathize? The 20% that's watching this, that has a fighting chance, I'm hoping they realize they can do something about their lives. We're not going to be able to solve.
But that has nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do with it. He's so lost. Like, look, if I have a conversation with somebody about what can they do in life, right? I'm going to speak to them through the lens of what's happening and what is current, right? I'm not gonna like if somebody has issues, I'm not gonna sit there and tell them, you know what, you should do nothing and you should complain until the basic needs of every person is met. You should do nothing till then. No, but the conversation is completely fucking different. It's like, bro. But if someone came to me, it's like, bro, what should I do? I live in this poverty-stricken area. I don't know what to do with myself. Like, bro, the conversation is completely fucking different. It's completely fucking different.
100% of people's problems, unfortunately.
I don't think people should keel over, but that doesn't mean most people have an equal competitive advantage to some.
I think everybody has a certain gift to offer.
Somebody like me is more privileged inherently.
I think
everybody has a certain gift to offer. We agree. And like the whole point is to give people equal opportunity, not equal outcome. Like you try to raise, all ships. Raise all ships. Why do you think big streams don't speak out for Palestine? I don't fucking know, brother. I really don't fucking get it myself. I don't get it myself. People are just afraid to get in the weeds, and people are afraid of getting any blowback. And unless it's free points, unless it's like free points on Twitter where it's obvious that the whole world agrees, then they're not gonna do it. Like people don't want to risk anything to say anything. There's some people that do it, some people that say it. You have show speed, I show speed. Free Palestine, he says it all the time, I say it because I am in the position where I say if I lose anything of value for saying free Palestine, then that shit is not any value for me at all. That's the line I draw. And if it gets to the point where I need to, if I get banned from everything in the world, like if I get banned from everything in the world, then like I will grow my own potatoes. That's the position I put myself in, and that's fine. I mean, also Palestinian, like this conflict affects you a lot more than random American streamer. Yeah, like I don't think everyone should, I don't think everyone needs to fucking speak up about it, for sure. I don't think it is what it is. So like if you were a coach right now and had 6 people to choose from, 5 challenge and 1 emerald, would you give same opportunity? That's not the point that is being made. It's just that in the context of basic needs, it's a very different thing. Basic needs doesn't mean it's an equal playing field for everybody. Like some people are going to still be born rich. Some people are going to be born in countries where there's greater opportunities, better internet infrastructure. It's like the odds of you being a League of Legends player born, like, bro, there's a really high chance you're born in India. Bro, you're not going to become a League Pro player in India. It's just not going to happen. And if we lived in a world where, it's like becoming a League Pro player has nothing to do with basic needs. That's not a basic need. It's just that if someone would want to pursue that and think that they can pursue that, I think the world would be better if you could. That's all. That's all.
Everybody listening to her present, she could be a lawyer. Listening to her present, she's got fire in her belly. Everybody here has got a gift. Every single person here has got a gift. Whether they choose to use it in a way to help them advance in life, that's not my fault.
Not everybody can afford.
But that's the whole thing, right? It's like everyone. I'm sure. Like I am sure that there's millions of ideas or a lot of potential never fulfilled because they didn't have a chance to. Bad spawn. Born into poverty, and there's a snowball too, Maybe the mother is malnourished, maybe the child becomes malnourished as well as the mother is pregnant, and it's a snowball. It's a fucking negative snowball, and you start at fucking negative 500 or some shit, It's this person to fulfill his potential maybe will never happen, no matter what he does, and to not admit that these circumstances exist and happen and they are becoming more and more frequent in the most wealthy country in the world is delusion.
Or to increase their market value.
You can.
No,
you actually
not
can.
Everybody.
Well, we respectfully disagree.
I appreciate you.
Thank you again. Appreciate you.
Surrounded is currently casting passionate 55 and older Trump supporters who are ready to have a thoughtful conversation about politics, generational differences, and the current administration.
That's going to be a great video, Cappuccino.
My final claim is the U.S. is more socialist than capitalist today. If you hate the system, you're anti-socialist.
Hello.
You're back at it again.
Yep. Yeah, so I think it's super important here for all leftists alike, but for the audience in general to define what these terms are. And I think the best way to do it would be to look at the theorists, right? Over history, we've seen communism and socialism talked about by governments and by, I guess, programs, but we never actually read the actual theory. And what theorists all agree on is that socialism would be a transitionary state between capitalism and communism, where the means of production are specifically owned by workers, not privately. The idea that any country now is anywhere near socialist, let alone communist, would simply be ridiculous and just it wouldn't reflect theory whatsoever.
What is the definition of communism to you?
Stateless, moneyless, classless society.
And you prefer that?
Yeah. So I think that we should be moving towards
communism.
Yeah, stateless, moneyless class of society.
So
yeah.
you don't think a person like me should exist with the amount of wealth that I have?
Yeah, because I think that we're getting to this point where we're creating fake scarcity for people like you to accumulate the wealth that you have on the basis of private ownership.
Okay, so you're not capitalist. You're definitely not capitalist. You're not socialist. You want to go full communism.
So what do you think that looks like, though, is a thing, right? So what Marx actually wanted was for us to reach a point where we no longer have the scarcity of resources that has kind of predicted, history as it looks like.
That's kind of wild to just admit you want to be communist. But because I think the issue is that when you hear, most people, when they hear someone say that, their view of what that would be is wrong. But I personally think it's unachievable. I personally think it's unachievable, so it's pointless. Right? I think it's unachievable. So I think it's inherently redundant and pointless. But when somebody says, I would like to be a communist, I think that inherently isn't like a bad thing. It just, in practice, it seems impossible. It's a utopian view. But it's no different than the utopian view of what PBD says. That capitalism is, if you work hard, you get level, you get XP, you get gold, and you become stronger. It's like saying, yeah, you're just not farming enough minions. Yeah, but bro, there's a finite amount of minions, and my AD carry wants to farm, my top laner wants to farm, my mid laner wants to farm, and I'm here with 22 CS. And then it's like, yeah, well, you know what? We're gonna give you more power. We're gonna give you a support item. Nice. We raise the impact of support. It's like, aren't we all trying to achieve utopia? Really? I don't know.
Like now. It wouldn't happen now. It would happen as we automate.
It's like, I think communism could work if you have a society of like 100 people. Then I think it could work. But we lose concepts of humans at the scale of how big cities are, and like it's just like the utopian version of these like financial ideas and when wealth distribution ideas don't work at a massive scale. So it's like, the reason I say this is because she says she would want a more communist society doesn't mean she fucking agrees with fucking what happened in China or in Russia, like, or whatever,
At this point in time, we can decommodify housing and food and education for around 5% of the government budget. That's 1/5, a little bit over 1/5 of what we spend on the military already. We don't, because we were living in the state where it almost seems utopian that things like food and shelter.
How old were you the first time you thought you wanted to be a communist? How old were you the first time?
Is that a response to any
really
of the
curious.
statistics?
No, because the statistics are against you.
The statistics.
It's never worked.
I think it's just a question of like, the point she made here is strange, because I do think there is policy that would generate more wealth over time, right? It's like we mentioned the Chinese example earlier, but if there's a world where you create more efficient workers and it costs you in the short term, or you invest money into education, these are things in the long term that will benefit you because you have a smarter population and a more efficient population. Like, there's also, it's basically like, imagine we invest money into making sure that the population is healthier, whether it's, let's say, removing things out of foods that are poisonous, or investing more into making sure that vegetables and so forth are locally grown, and you invest money into that side. Like, you can elevate the age span of people through means of investment that is going to, of course, pay off in the long term. It's the same thing in terms of the spending for Medicaid and social care. It's just it's so fucking inefficient. It's extremely inefficient because driven with the intention of making money. No, definitely. I think even in a world where everyone has their basic needs met, right? If everyone has their basic needs met, there's still people that are going to have advantages. Like I have the advantage that I am very tall. Like I had the disadvantage that I was the only foreigner in school and I was bullied for that shit. But in the end, now it doesn't matter. Now I'm just a white dude, right? Now it doesn't matter. It's like there's going to be disadvantages and advantages for everybody. Like I'm probably gonna have a shorter lifespan because I'm tall. Like there's things there's definitely things that I can do worse. You know, there's definitely things that I'm going to do worse. And ideally, you create a world where everyone fits in their own bucket, right? Like definitely, but obviously, there's going to be a challenge in that. I'm not going to say that that is completely possible, but you should strive for that, right? Like let's say, like the other day, I was watching this video about, there was a man with Down syndrome, right? And he was holding a job, and he was promoted to manager. I think it was like a fast food place, and he's working his fucking ass off. Well, that's fucking great, bro. That's fucking great. He's fucking being productive, He's finding his own personal value in things. That's amazing. Like ideally, you figure out a world where there's a place for everybody, right? Definitely. But if you don't admit like look at the differences of people, right? If you don't look at the differences of people and look at the circumstances they're born into, and don't do anything to try to uplift that, and you kind of take advantage to exploit those circumstances instead, I think that is where the issue lies. That's why I think that you should strive for kind of like a close to, like if you have the worst spawn possible, to still have, a roof over your head, food, whatever. I don't know what your link, bro. I'm not gonna open a link the first time chat.
There's so many Cubans that move to Miami. They love their country. They hate the politics. In Russia, they even run away from communism because it didn't work. It killed so many people.
Because that almost like it wasn't communist.
It's almost
was there a
amateurish
state? Yes,
to
there
debate
was. Was there
a
class?
communistic
yes,
argument.
there was. It's almost like you're not replying to any of the statistics that I've presented to you. I think that's the biggest problem.
You're a dictator telling me what dreams should be.
Dictators would not be allowed under communism.
Dictators end up, of course, running communism.
But they weren't.
If somebody's taxing 100%, what is a dictatorship?
So again, how much money do you think?
100% in taxes. What is communism?
How much money
That's
do you
dictatorship.
think? How much money do you think would it take to, I don't know, allow everyone food, shelter, water, and education in this country?
How much money would it take?
Yeah.
But going back to your question here with communism, stay on that point there with communism.
Nothing I say is responded
but
to.
I'm trying to find out from you here. You're saying communism is not dictatorship.
No.
Define dictatorship.
Yeah, so when one person or one small entity, is able to, enforce its will on the people. When we have a private ownership, when we have a system based on private ownership, that's what happens every single time.
That's dictatorship.
Yeah, so we
dictatorship as private ownership.
Yeah, so private.
So let me get this straight. Under communism, under communism, doesn't Elon Musk exist?
Yeah, no.
No, so that's dictatorship. Thank you.
That's completely incorrect. Under capitalism, we don't have, the freedom for people to.
Do. You do.
Okay,
of course you do.
Under capitalism, right? We don't see that the commodification.
Would you consider China communism right now?
Would
you consider China communism right now?
Shelter or water or education when we can with 5% of the budget. Why don't we see that?
Would you consider China communism?
Why haven't you answered any of my questions?
Would you consider
Why haven't you responded to any of my statistics?
Would you consider China communism?
It's almost like we're not having a conversation and you're talking at me and not with me.
We are having a conversation, but you have an argument that's been proven that it's not worked.
It's almost like I just gave you a definition of communism for you to critique and you haven't been able to.
If it's such a great system, why are other nations not?
It hasn't happened yet because we've never been at a point for it to happen.
Because we've not found a noble person that can do it the right way that's not a dictator.
If you were to read the plain text of Marx, we would see that he wanted us to reach.
Communism.
The thing is, it seems like she seems educated, but the strategy was wrong. I don't think she's too heated. She's getting interrupted and nothing that she's saying actually matters. So but the thing is, like, your strategy needs to be very specific, because someone like PBD is very easy to trap. You can trap him very, very easily in his own logic, you know? But she said communism, and then he can just rally off. It's like, communism will work. Look at Russia, look at China, look at this, look at Venezuela, you know? It's just like she proposed the word communism just makes it very easy for people to fire off. Very easy. That's why I took time to like make a definition there, right?
Manifesto. I've gone
I
through
promise you, if you have, you wouldn't have said that capitalism today is socialist.
Have you read Wealth of Nations?
Yeah, so I've read Das Kapital, I've read the Communist Manifesto as well, Engels' collective works, etc. What do you think, if you think that communism is in any way us having wages or us having, a privatized means of production, you don't know what it is.
You choose my dreams, and I refuse to do that.
Who are you arguing with?
Dictate my
Where
dreams.
did you get that from?
What do you mean?
Well, haven't I? That was interesting.
All right, bro. This guy looks like he could be the drummer of Dragonfall. All right. Come on now.
How you doing, Patrick?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Doing pretty good.
Come on now.
So I need to pick your brain a little bit. You're saying U.S. is large.
Oh, bro. He is a debate lord. Bro, the way he presented it, he says, I need to pick your brain on something. And then he did the head tilt. I think this guy is about to do some fucking debate lord magic right here.
Socialist. I want to focus on the word largely. So why do you believe it is largely socialist?
Because 68% or so of the money that we take in goes towards entitlement programs.
So I think one of the things that is going to be major to me, it's like Zena was touching on earlier, is going to be the fact that socialism is a big part of it is going to be workers owning the means of productions. When we have President Biden, for example, telling that the railroad strikers, it's going to be illegal for them to strike, I don't see that as much of a workplace democracy.
Did you have a question, or you're just saying the fact that you don't agree with President Biden and what he said?
I'm just saying a core tenet of socialism is the workers owning the means of production. The workers currently do not own the means of production. So why do you believe it is largely socialist?
So you're saying the workers should own the means of production?
That is correct.
Okay, so to you, that's the definition of socialism.
That is a core tenet of it.
What else would you define as socialism? I'm curious.
There's a lot of different things. It's like Zena was touching on as well. Moneyless, stateless class of society. But I think more important than not, workers owning the means of production and workplace democracy.
Or are you more socialist?
They're the same term, man. Marx used them interchangeably.
The only difference I would put is because where I see in America, I think we are extremely getting close to being a socialistic nation with the amount of taxes that we have in place right now.
That's great.
But at least under communism, I can't survive. I would prefer us.
Someone should ask PBD, who do you think that money is? Which pockets does it fall into? Because that is where you see the flaw. He was not a debate lord at all, man. I thought he was about to do some debate jiu-jitsu, but it's not debate jiu-jitsu. I think we need to bring back the blonde lady or the Tarantino man. Tarantino guy needs to come back.
Staying at the 10% tax rate. I think we're paying way too much taxes.
Why would you not be able to survive?
I wouldn't be able to pursue my dreams that I have in place under communism. My mother's family, they were part of the Two-Day Party. The Two-Day Party in Iran was a communist party. They had escaped Armenia and Russia and came down to Iran, and they pursued communism. I grew up in a family where everything was about the rich are greedy, the rich people are bad, the rich people are this, and the rich people are that. My dad's side, they were imperialist. My dad's side, they said, poor people are lazy. So one side, rich people are greedy. The other side, poor people are lazy. Who's right?
I would say that neither are right, of course.
I would say both are right and wrong, is what I would say.
Both are right.
And wrong. Both are right and wrong. Because I do believe there are extremely greedy rich people. And I do believe there are extremely lazy poor people. But I also believe there's a lot of hardworking poor people that are working, but they haven't found a way to get out of it. I agree with that as well.
So that's actually a major point right there. But they're not able.
Why, bro? Is he Dr. Jekyll and Hyde? He just disagreed with all of everything he said up until this point. But the but is going to kill us. The but is going to kill us, guys. The but is going to kill us. The but is what's coming now, right now, what's being channeled in his brain right now with the fucking claw that is coming up. It's coming up.
able to get out
but
of
under
it.
you can get out of it. You could actually
But you
get
just
out of
said
it.
they're not able to.
No.
Oh, he short-circuited. He short-circuited.
So
because they're choosing not to develop. I just made an offer for a book recommendation here, so I'm not interested. If I sit there and somebody's giving you feedback and saying, what about if you think about finding ways to
offer me
improve
that
your
book,
life?
then I'll check
You
it
would
out.
read the book?
Sure, why
I'll
not?
give you a handful of them.
We'll talk about this
I'll
after
give it
this.
to you afterwards.
Yeah,
But all
of
I'm saying,
course.
the point I'm trying to make to you is, if you can exist under a capitalistic society, and I can exist under a capitalistic society, so can she. But
Okay, we can both exist under a socialistic society.
Not under
It's not
communistic, and under socialism, the incentive would be bad.
Under capitalism, we can have poor people and we can have rich people.
Think about it this way.
Incentive is high under socialism as well, but that's not what we're doing.
During COVID, take the two states, California and New York. They lost $1 trillion of wealth that left. Do you know where they went to?
Where did they go
went to Texas, Nevada, Florida, Tennessee. You know why? Because it's a better climate for entrepreneurs. Today, if you look at New York City, you know Mamdani.
That's just how the market works.
You know who Mamdani is.
I understand how
you know who
markets-
Mamdani is. Are you a fan of Mamdani?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
I
from
love
New York.
Zoran.
Zoran's up there saying he doesn't believe billionaires should exist.
Correct.
I hope he wins. I hope he wins. You know why? Because he says, I don't believe billionaires should exist, and he's going to be the mayor of a city that has the most billionaires in America, 123. I hope he wins so we can see what happens to New York when the billionaires leave. When they leave, here's who's going to pay the price. The people that are left behind who were taking advantage of the taxes that billionaires were paying. You think the government's going to change their budget and expenditure?
When there's a $30 minimum wage, I can't imagine that
Middle America's going to take the biggest hit if billionaires leave the state of New York. You'll see. Oh, you're back.
Hello,
How are you? Good to see you.
Oh, Tarantino, this is our guy, guys. This is our guy. This is our guy. This is our guy. We got fucking Tarantino, bro. We got fucking Tarantino up in the building.
Okay.
He was good.
Firstly,
the
I
first
want
time.
to start by saying that the U.S. is not largely socialist because that's not what socialism is. Socialism is social or collective ownership by the workers or a community of the means of production, right? So we're talking about like city-run grocery stores, or we're talking about worker cooperatives, or even in some cases credit unions, where a local community owns the bank that they take part in, right? That's what socialism is. Socialism is not when the government does stuff for you. It's not when they build roads. That happens under capitalist economies, that happens under socialist economies. But I'm also not sure you entirely know what capitalism is, and if it's okay, I'd like to ask a couple questions about your job.
Sure.
Because you're offering that. I know that you're valuetainment, right? You run a YouTube podcast. You also run PHP Agency, right?
Yep.
Yes. And you sell life insurance policies, right?
Life insurance and annuities.
Yes. I read an article by the Daily Beast which argued that you make more money from recruitment fees to get people to work for you than you make money from selling those policies. Capitalism is when you provide a service and sell the labor.
Fucking finally, bro! Finally, bro! We were waiting, bro. We knew, bro. I knew Tarantino, bro. I knew Mr. Tarantino would come in, bro. I am so happy. The funniest thing is, I didn't know this information came from the Daily Beast, but he talked shit on Daily Beast earlier, probably because like he came in and did some fucking research
Of yourself or the person who works for you in return for money. But you're not really doing that, right? You're selling being part of the company through recruitment fees. I'm not sure that's capitalism.
How familiar are you with the insurance industry?
Pretty familiar.
Are you?
Yes.
You've been in the industry before?
No, my grandfather was. And I asked him a lot of questions.
So in the insurance industry, when you're in it,
yes,
you get paid
Yes.
by selling life insurance policies, and you get paid by selling annuities.
Yes.
We built a distribution channel of a company right after I left Morgan
Sure.
Stanley and Transamerica. We started the insurance company. We grew it, helping middle-income families who didn't have another opportunity to create wealth for themselves. I just came back from our event in Vegas.
Did you see what he described there? Did you guys notice? Did you notice what he described there? Did you guys notice what he described? So basically, I give these people opportunities to make their own businesses. And they can now sell their own insurance. Now they can sell insurance to other people and give them packages where they are helping other people sell insurance, and then they can do the same. No way. No way. No way. No way. No way. He's just a pharaoh, guys. He's just a pharaoh.
We started the insurance companies, and you get paid by selling annuities.
Yes.
We built a distribution channel of a company right after I left mortgage.
Bro, I also have a distribution channel of these quality soaps. These quality soaps. The beauty of these soaps is that you can get them for free in your house if you tell 5 other people about these soaps. And then you can explain to them that they can accomplish the same exact thing. They just need to find 5 people that want these wonderful soaps made out of real olives and coconut. All you got to do is find 4 people, then you get it for free. This is a distribution channel. Financial freedom, baby.
Sure. Stanley and Transamerica. We started the insurance company. We grew it, helping middle-income families who didn't have another opportunity to create wealth for themselves. I just came back from our event in Vegas.
Hold on, I'm
Let
not
me
sure
say
that's
this
correct,
to you.
though.
It is, though.
It's not correct, though, because what do you make more money
I just
from?
came back from. We don't make money from we don't make more money from recruiting.
I read the Daily Beast article that did that. I also watched CoffeeZilla's debate with you, where you pulled up receipts that the majority of the employees of your company don't make any money.
Here's a question for you.
Can you start a pyramid scheme for streamers? Why are you being selective?
Here's a question for you. Bring up CoffeeZilla.
Yeah.
Daily Beast is a different story. Go to CoffeeZilla.
Sure, of course.
Do you think if I was worried about my business model, I would go on CoffeeZilla? What do you think? Do you
think that it's not really capitalist.
Hang on a second. Do you think if I was worried about my business model, I would go on CoffeeZilla? They were actually very strong when they came back after me. We had a 2-hour conversation.
Yes.
We finished it. It was good to go. We moved on. Their claims that only 1% or 2% make and nobody makes it in insurance, they're right. Most people don't make it in insurance. Just like most people who move to California don't make it in Hollywood.
So I believe the
She's just putting it all out there.
People don't make it in real estate. When you make more money from getting people to be part of a company.
He just said it. He just said it. Only 1 to 2% actually sell insurance.
Then from actually selling a service is called a multi-level marketing scheme. Do you think that that's a fair characterization of your company? Why not?
Do you know what a multi-level is?
Yes, I know. It's where you make more money from, it's sort of like a pyramid scheme, wherein you make more money from getting people to be part of it and selling them to be part of the company.
A pyramid scheme doesn't have a product. That's criminal. A multi-level...
What? A pyramid scheme doesn't have a product? What?
Level marketing company is more like an Amway, an Herbalife, a New Skin, those companies.
What are we saying?
You are making more money from getting people to be part of your company than you are from making money from actually providing a service.
That's not true. It's a claim by Daily Beast. By the way, do you know what a quality of earnings is?
Yes.
What's a quality of earnings? Tell everybody what a quality of earnings is. Go ahead.
Fair point. The quality of earnings isn't that like the value that's produced from when you make the money? Like how much from the labor that's produced, or am I wrong?
What is quality of earnings?
I gave you what I think the definition is.
Okay. So quality of earnings is I sit there and I want to sell the business to you.
Yeah.
You make an offer of $250 million. Okay? I tell you, this is my business. Here's how.
Bro, let's do this. Guys, we're learning real time. We're learning real time. Because what the fuck is quality of earnings? All right, what does AI tell us? Quality of earnings refers to the reliability and sustainability of a company's reported earnings, asserting how accurately it reflects its underlying financial performance. So it's basically a prediction. So basically, quality of earnings is like, let's say I make one sale If I make one sale and I say, look how great my earnings were, and I have no way of replicating that next year, the quality of earnings is not good. So it's basically like if my quality of earnings is sustainable, that's what it comes down to. All right. And what did Quarantino say?
Reduced from, yes.
What's the quality of earnings? Tell everybody what a quality of earnings is. Go ahead.
Fair point. The quality of earnings isn't that like the value that's produced from when you make the money? Like how much from the...
So he has no idea.
You make an offer of $250 million, okay? I tell you,
sure,
this is my business, here's how much profit we make. You leave and you say, great, let's make a deal. I'll pay you $250 million. We shake on it. Then you validate whether it is worth that or not by going and paying a big company a few $100,000 to check the quality.
So same deal as like having someone look at the quality of the gold that you're going to buy.
PwC came and they do a quality of earnings to say,
sure,
is this company really worth this? They get to make a decision whether the company is truly doing what you or Daily Beast claims to do.
The value comes from your brand. It comes from going on podcasts like that, even when they expose the business model, because you're not selling.
Do you know what ended up happening? Don't make claims you don't know about.
Do you know what you're selling?
Do you know what ended up happening?
You know what you're selling, right?
Do you know what ended up happening?
Do you know what you're selling?
The company
you're selling
ended
your
up
personal
buying,
brand. You're selling the idea, because when you're offering people here jobs, right? You're saying that they would have to pay you money to get that. So in reality, you're trying to convince them to pay you money to be part of your company.
Claims of defaming. Be very careful defaming when you don't know the facts.
You have a recruitment fee.
The frame of the question to start this is flawed anyway. Honestly, every single one has been every single one has been just so awful. Which just like the framing of everything, like they haven't talked about it at all, because the framing of it is just so fucking stupid. Even in the context of this one. Like here, here I think he got put on the back foot because of the quality of earnings question. He does this thing, like PBD does this thing where he asks questions until you don't have an answer, and then he just pivots the conversation whatever direction he wants. That is his special tactic. It says,
do you know what you're selling?
Do you know what ended up happening?
You know what you're selling, right?
Do you know what ended up happening?
Do you know what you're selling?
The company
you're selling
ended
your
up
personal
buying,
brand. You're selling the idea, because when you're offering people here jobs, right? You're saying that they would have to pay you money to get that. So in reality, you're trying to convince them to pay you money to be part of your company.
Claims of defaming. Be very careful defaming when you don't know the facts.
You have a recruitment fee.
Be very careful
have a
claiming.
Recruitment fee.
Be very careful making that claim when you said people here have to pay to work at our company.
It's recruitment
fee. Be very
fee.
careful. No, those are two different things.
The quality of earnings is what was his defense. It's like Tarantino cooked him completely, but the quality of earnings pivoted the conversation. Like, he was cooking him fucking hard, but the quality of earnings is basically, I think PBD's angle was, if they assessed our quality of earnings and they see that our company is growing and that our quality of earnings are good and solid, because our company is actively growing. But I think everything is falling under the same umbrella in terms of the popularity and whatever. It's like saying, like, just because there is growth doesn't mean necessarily that it's a good fucking product. Like, he's not fucking defending the main point. He even admitted to the main point that people that are falling under this umbrella, he says, first he said, his claim was, we're giving opportunity for people to make their own, you know, we're going to, I gave people opportunities to make their own money. And then 3 sentences later said only 1 to 2% make sales. So what kind of fucking opportunity are you offering, brother?
Hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you? Tight
All right.
Yeah.
She was giga tilted throughout. I'm expecting some heat now. She was making tilted faces perma.
Tatiana?
Yeah,
Good
it's
to meet
Anya, but yes. And your name's Patrick, right?
It is.
And I don't know a lot
Well, that is an exotic way to spell the name.
about you before coming
That's
in
even
today.
better.
In Swedish.
But why do you use socialism and capitalism like in this instance? I've noticed a lot of people have defined the vast differences, but you're insisting that we're still...
Sometimes people do this just so they can't be searched online and be fucking stalked, you know?
still like a more socialist like country? Why are you insisting upon
that's
that?
a fair question. So for me, there's different definitions you can have. Under communism, to me, it's 100% taxes, meaning I can't go create my own property. If I want to build a billion-dollar company, I can't do it under communism. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, I guess it is.
It is. Okay.
Yeah.
So capitalism, I would ideally like to see taxes between 10 to 30% max. I'd like a flat tax, but somewhere between 10 to 30%.
It's just wouldn't it be possible, but just people involved in building it would have equal ownership to you? Isn't that what it is? It's just that people that help you along the way are just participating in the ownership. Like, let's say I have an idea to make phones, and then I have this brilliant idea, and then I need an engineer to make the screen, and he's going to, I have some technicians, and then these guys, I'm bringing them into the fold. They get part of the company, right? And this is how we create share, because I have the ideas, and that's my model, right? And then it's like we need a line of workers that are going to, do a certain job. And then it's like for these people to be in the fold, they also need to have control, because otherwise I could take advantage of them, whatever, just so I think in this theoretical, these companies could exist. And in some degree, this is also be used as a big incentive by companies today. It's like, like there is skill sets that people want, right? Especially now in the race for whoever is going to create the strongest AI, like the recruitment fees and the options that are being granted to people that are working in a company like NVIDIA, whatever,
Because I still do think there's certain things that the government needs to do. Military protection, certain things. Socialism to me is 30% and up. Anything above that you're taking the money away from me without my choice to use it for things where we get to 68% of entitlement programs, I'm not a fan of that.
Okay, so let's talk about where we're at.
So he just doesn't know what he's arguing against. No, it's a new hire, we're gonna percentage equity as long as they are an employee, and we make that law across every business. No. We're getting into the weeds. I just commented on the fact that he said under this.
I believe you said reasonable wage and minimum wage. What about a livable wage? And we haven't really talked about livable wages because they
what
kind
do
of
you think about minimum wage? So what do you think?
So I think we have a long way.
So his view is socialism is high taxes, capitalism less taxes.
To go.
Okay.
I'm not really a big fan of these little increment things, especially when it's not like rent. It's stopping and leveling out. It's like
which
far
obviously
exceeding
isn't
what most
true.
people
I don't disagree for sure.
make.
Yep.
And so I'm just wondering how you still can sit here and say that when I know you like to talk about you came up from Haagen-Dazs and all this other stuff.
In Glendale Galleria, 20 minutes away
great.
from here.
Love that for you. But we're talking about where you are today and where I am, a majority of these people in the room.
Sure.
And I haven't
believe
really
you can
heard.
change.
Yes, we can
Okay.
change, but I think that there's certain systems.
Are you
in
talking
place.
minimum wage? You want to address the minimum wage
We can talk
topic?
minimum wage, but I like to say livable wage
Okay.
because I think they're
What do
two
you
very
think it
different
should
things.
be? What do you think it should be?
I think that we should go per state because every state is different in
Give me
terms
a
of what
number.
they can
Where do you
have.
live? You live in
I
California?
live in California.
What do you think
so
it should be?
Based
Minimum
on the
wage.
MIT living wage calculator, it's an actual livable wage calculator. It's $27.81 should be the starting, and then if you have kids and so forth, then you can go up from there.
Okay.
But starting at about $27
So
hourly.
let's look at case studies of what happened.
Mm-hmm.
California chose to increase the minimum wage for fast food workers to $20 an hour,
Mm-hmm.
restaurant workers. Do you know what happened in the state of California? Mass exodus.
Mm-hmm.
People left and went different places. You know what restaurant owners did? Like, I can't compete with these guys if you raise the minimum wage. But the challenge with minimum wage is also the following. So say there's two companies. You have Walmart, okay, in Bakersfield, pick a city, and you have a different supermarket that's been in the same family for 60 years. The governor here says we're going to.
But it's like like how we are so far removed from what the point is. It's like now I'm in the headspace of thinking it's like maybe we should take a look at why housing is so expensive, right? And look at the issues there. It's like there is no incentive to build more housing because the people that own housing want to rent it at a higher price point. If there's more housing, there's no incentive to build more housing because it's costly, and it's also going to drive the cost of rent down because of availability and freedom of choice, right? It's just like, are we going to break down all of these fucking like incentive structures that are built in to drive up the price of the average living person? Because you say minimum $27 minimum wage, that's a crazy take. It's like, I think this is estimated from a point based on, of course, like I imagine the most expensive areas in California, because California is fucking large as fuck. Like I don't think that 27 minimum wage is necessary if you live at the fucking outskirts and you don't live in the big cities, I imagine. Because then it's like a little bit different, right? The more central you go and the more expensive things get, right? It's definitely devoted, like going into micro points rather than the actual crux of the argument. Because raising minimum wage makes sense, but you can attack it from both ways, right? You can attack it from the sense of, why is this wage necessary for someone to have, functioning life? That can come from two ways.
Raise the minimum wage to $20 an hour. Who do you think can afford it? The market that's been within a family, the small business, or you think Walmart? Who do you think can afford to go to $20 an hour minimum wage?
So that's why I think we have to factor in other systems other than capitalism. I think you're kind of making the point that's been made a few times today, where we can't just look at one thing.
This hasn't been made. No, this hasn't made. The point I'm making here is, anytime a Bernie Sanders gets up and says, let's raise the minimum wage for $15, and he was caught in his campaign not paying his own workers $15, $13 an hour, and he had to talk about it and apologize that even a guy that's a socialist wasn't paying a minimum wage. But if you raise it to $15, Amazon celebrates. Okay. Walmart celebrates. Do you know why? Because the employers from this supermarket that have been working for this family for the longest time, they can't afford to pay.
Bro, doesn't Walmart have like the biggest workforce, like after the army in the US? Walmart workforce USA. Like how big is the Walmart workforce? 1.6 million associates. That's a fucking army, bro. That is half the nation of Mongolia, bro. And the global is 2.1 million. And aren't they mostly minimum wage workers? Aren't most of these workers minimum wage workers? Store managers. So this is store managers, right? Nothing to do with store managers. Help shape our customer's experience. The hourly wage range for this position, $14 to $27. All right, we have $14. Okay, I had less expectations. 14 is the baseline, right? 14 is the minimum wage. Is the 725 only for jobs that have tipping built into it? Minimum wage, you say. The 725, is that for everything, or is it only for jobs that have tips? And then let's say the minimum wage state average. $11.18. Highest $17.50, and then Georgia, Wyoming, Oklahoma $7.25. 13. 1470. All right. Oklahoma. So Texas is getting blasted. Connecticut. I don't know how to say Connecticut. Connecticut. Bro, some states are spelled like what is this? For example, where is Kansas and Arkansas? Like who decided to spell shit like that, bro? Connecticut. Arkansas. Arkansas. Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, Missouri, Illinois, Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio. All right. Well, that's good to know. That's good to know.
That. So they leave and go to Amazon and Walmart. What happens? The bigger companies keep getting bigger.
Good to know.
The small businesses go out of business because of minimum wage.
Okay, so you mentioned Bernie Sanders. I didn't mention him. Cool for Bernie Sanders, whatever. Do you pay a livable wage or a minimum wage for your employees?
There's not a single soul in our company that I pay $15 an hour or $20 an hour.
Okay, so are you paying them livable wages though?
Absolutely. Okay. Of course we.
I wouldn't be surprised if he loopholed the shit out of that statement. It's like, we have independent contractors that I pay $7 an hour. Like these illegal immigrants that are doing landscaping work, you know, like they are getting paid jack shit. It's a loophole, I think. I think it's a loophole.
Based on your standards
because
or based
of my
on
choice.
like the stats?
Because of my choice.
So you're determining what people's livable wages are?
Well, no, I look at the marketplace and I see what's going on and I get to pick and choose what percentile of people I want to hire. Do I want to hire bottom 10%, 25%, 50%? I'll pay a little bit more because I want to get somebody that's got a little bit more experience.
Okay. Okay.
Titania?
Titania.
Thank you.
Titania.
Hi again, Patrick.
How are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Good.
Can you remind me
It was
again
also good.
why you think this country is largely socialist?
Out of the $4.9 trillion of revenue that we get in, 4.9, 68% goes to entitlement programs. That's the reason why I say America's socialism.
Do you think that we should have a say?
Who makes that money? Who makes that money? Let's talk about it. Who makes that money? Who makes that money? In whose pocket does that land? And why are certain pricing of certain things so damn high? All these things are going back into private hands. Have a conversation about that. Let's talk about the efficiency of how much money is being spent on medical things. Let's talk about the subsidies that Elon Musk has been grinding out, you know, with his electric vehicles and his government credits. Let's talk about those. Let's talk about these. You know, let's talk about them.
Say in where our taxpayer dollars go?
That's why we have elections.
Okay.
And you vote for it. Yeah.
So you agree that we should have a say in where our taxpayer dollars go?
If you're asking me who should have a right to vote, I would change the system in a major way of who would have the right to
I'm
vote.
not asking you if.
Whoa.
I'm not asking you
Bro,
if you have the right
he's
to vote.
about to say something fucked up and he's being stopped. That makes me so sad. I would love to hear who he thinks should have a right to vote. I would love for him to say that out loud.
I'm asking you, do you think that
The
our
current system
taxpayer dollars should be
allows-
dictated by us?
The
where that
current
goes?
election allows you to vote and decide who you want to be your candidate.
Absolutely. Okay. So I would argue that the biggest handouts go to billionaires because we give billions and billions of dollars in subsidies to billionaires every single year. Elon Musk just got a huge raise. Not sure why. He's worth over like hundreds of billions of dollars.
You're talking be specific. You're talking about SpaceX?
I'm talking
the
about
subsidies,
SpaceX,
you're
Tesla.
talking SpaceX?
I'm talking about the companies that we fund as taxpayers. So why did we never vote for that?
Why did you never vote for the money going to some of these companies?
Do you see an issue with the fact that we as taxpayers didn't have a say in, first of all, electing this tech oligarch?
Once you elect somebody,
deciding where our taxpayer dollars go.
Once you elect who you elect, what they do next, you don't have a say during that time.
We didn't elect
until
them.
the next election. No, I'm talking Congress, Senate. They make a decision on who they give the money to.
Nice. I know that it is that way, but there's a great incentive to lie when you're on the campaign trail, bro.
And they approve.
But he's been getting this amount of subsidies through every administration. I'm not just referring to the Trump administration.
Let's talk about how he's done, okay? So the NASA was shut down many years ago, okay?
The NASA.
Since then, how has NASA done? Trying to find a way to go to space. What has SpaceX done? SpaceX has been able to do...
What has SpaceX done? Have they actively done something? Like, I'm seriously asking. Because have they achieved something?
What has NASA done? NASA gave us the satellite, which you use every time you use your phone.
If you let me finish, NASA versus SpaceX. Elon Musk, as much as you hate him, Elon Musk was able to go to space for 1/20th of a cost because government organizations
Elon Musk has the ability to eradicate extreme poverty in this country, and he chooses to send rockets into space and make extremely ugly cars that we never actually funded.
Believe it or not, most liberals drive his cars, so...
Well, I would say the Cybertrucks, it's a poor decision aesthetically.
The Cybertruck?
I'm not discussing the aesthetics of his products.
It's so funny because when you say what you say about, say, the Democratic side on the climate change side, the guy that's worked towards that the most, you guys loved him till he supported Trump. Elon was your favorite 8 years ago until he supported Trump. The moment he went into Trump, this guy's a horrible guy. This guy's a terrible guy.
To be fair, I've hated Elon Musk consistently throughout my adult life. And I also think that he is someone who has benefited immensely from the government. That's why I find hypocrisy in what you're saying.
I don't disagree in that side.
He's benefited immensely from the exploitation of labor overseas. He's benefited immensely from his extremely aggressive union tactics, union busting tactics. So I'm saying, like, why
is he a net positive to you for society?
Is he a net positive for me personally?
Is he a net positive for society, not for you?
I wouldn't say so.
You don't think he is?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Who to you is a net positive to society? Bernie Sanders?
I mean, Bernie Sanders is, I would say he's a compromise candidate, but I would say that...
He's a compromise candidate.
Yes, I would say he's a compromise candidate.
Is AOC a net positive to society?
I would say net positive, yes.
More than Musk is?
Yes, absolutely.
Really? Tell me why.
Because AOC wants to introduce a Green New Deal, and I think that the New Deal is the closest
thing...
thing...
For $30 trillion?
Okay, Trump literally just added $3.4 trillion to our deficit, so I really don't want to hear...
between 30 trillion and
so I'm saying,
3 trillion.
I'm saying that I think that, you know, when we look at the system that we currently have, I think that we need to redistribute the wealth in a significant way, and we need to reintroduce something like the New Deal. And I think AOC has been the closest to doing that. I'm not saying I'm the biggest fan of her, but I'm saying that we need a marginal tax rate.
Right.
That is something similar to the New Deal, 70 to 90%. Ideally, I would go for a wealth tax.
So nothing he's fucking said proves that fucking the U.S. is more socialist. Like, what kind of crack are we smoking here, bro? Like, what is going on?
Anyone over $999 million has to pay every year. But I'm saying that...
Say that one more time. You would do what? Anybody that makes over...
I would introduce a wealth tax. So I'd say that anyone who makes over $999 million needs to pay. So I think that no one should be a billionaire. I think that we should put the cap...
No one should be a billionaire.
Absolutely not. Do you think that people can survive on $999 million?
This isn't how life works.
Do you think someone could survive on $999 million? I'm asking you, do you think someone would be okay?
Do
you think someone's life would be impaired if they had only $999 million instead of $1 billion? You're not answering the question.
Fortunately, these companies that continue to grow
Why are you avoiding my question?
Created jobs for others.
Do you think someone could reasonably survive on $999 million?
How big a person wants to build their business? That's not true. By the way, why don't you elect someone that pursues those policies? Bernie was your hero for many years. He became compromised.
I never said he was my hero.
But how did Bernie become compromised?
I said that he's a compromised candidate.
Why is he a compromised candidate?
I mean, he was definitely compromised by the Democratic Party, who didn't want him elected.
What happened?
I'm saying he's a compromised candidate in that I would go further than him, but I also know that he's probably the best we have right now, and I would like to see him as president, ideally, or someone similar. I think Zohran Mamdani, who you mentioned earlier, I think he's an excellent candidate.
I can't wait for him to win. You know why I can't wait for him to win? Because I can't wait for the data that comes out after he wins. I can't wait to show you all the numbers in the next 4 years after he wins.
If rich people have to flee New York because of his policies, that means that they're too economically fragile to handle those taxes. No, because if you don't appreciate
people that create jobs, they will go somewhere that they're appreciated.
What kind of jobs are we creating? We have to look past job creation.
They pay high-paid jobs.
Many of the jobs,
if you bring value to the market.
The reality is that Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and Jeff Bezos, they...
How about Peter Thiel and Mark Anderson?
Have huge monopolies over our market, and they're able to pay as little in wages as they'd like.
I think the only company that has a monopoly. They quite literally
control the wages and the costs in our economy.
Right.
Bro, we live, you know, we live in It's what has been coined as a technocratic feudalism, where basically the real estate and the landlords of the internet are the ones that, bro, if you want to sell something, you have to do it through the channels. If you want to make your own business, you have to do it through the channels. You want to stream, you have to do it with Daddy Bezos. It's just how it is, brother. It's just how it is. Like, you think it's like these techno landlords are choosing what fails and what doesn't. You can pay to be at the front if you want to with Google Ads or Amazon. This is Amazon's choice. This is Amazon's choice. This vacuum cleaner is Amazon's choice. YouTube algorithm, boom. We can push whatever we want to push. Very, very democratic. And definitely, the best products always thrive and they're always at the top. And the hardest worker always wins.
When Amazon has 60% control over e-commerce, they can quite literally decide what wages and what costs.
That's why I only have 220 viewers right now. It's because I work way harder than all the streamers. I'm better than all the other streamers. But it's just, I'm being held down by Jeff Bezos. I'm not being fucking serious, by the way.
People can earn and pay.
Your candidate, AOC.
I never said she was my candidate.
She's a net positive to society.
You're making false endorsements on my
You said AOC is a net positive to society more than Elon Musk.
Absolutely,
Perfect.
yes.
When AOC was in New York, Amazon wanted to bring 25,000 jobs to New York. These were jobs that were paying
$150 a year. What do those jobs look like?
Because
from what I understand, the people who work for Amazon have to walk 10 to 15 miles per shift. They have higher injury rates than the industry average.
These were jobs that were paying $150 a year.
I think we've been stopped.
She went against it. They went to a different place. 25,000 jobs they lost in New York.
And what would those jobs look like?
$150K a year minimum.
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
August definitely dictates how trade is. 100%. Oh no, he's not gonna choose Tarantino.
I'm gonna go with my friend here.
All right. Good. Okay, honestly, this is the first thing that I give props for. He chose someone that can speak. That's good. Because he could have chose somebody like, but he chose him, I think, because he said that he was getting valuetained.
So I chose Mason because he was the only one that came up to me and said, Pat, I'd like to have a reasonable conversation with you. You came up. There was 3 other people I was thinking about. And because you...
No. He picked him because he said that he watched his podcast. I swear, bro.
We're fair and respectful. I chose you.
So my claim is America has never been a meritocracy.
Okay. Tell me why.
So I think that when you see wealth disparity and the amount that it gives influences to certain individuals, specifically from a starting point, if we're looking at America like a race and someone is starting to...
Of course it's never been a meritocracy. Just looking at what the history of America is, there were people that started wealthy and in power from the get-go, and there were a lot of people that were exploited along the way, and the reparations and the things that have been put into place to bring back the status quo have never happened, and it's a continuous snowball of that. The biggest problem by far that I see with algos is that you get executed if you go outside of your niche. Algos force you to make one time of content, stick to it. Yeah.
2 inches from the finish line and somebody starting a mile back, we would not say that this is a judgment of their merit. We'd say that this is a system that allows those with the most influence to continue to be successful.
So is it about some of the people that got generational wealth have an advantage over others that didn't get it?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily saying that that's a moral failure. I'm just saying when people claim that capitalism is a meritocracy, that's just factually inaccurate. And we shouldn't be allowed to lie here. Like we should try to be coming to a common consensus.
So capitalism is not a meritocracy?
No.
So you mean to tell me nobody here can go out there and win if they wanted to at the highest level?
No, I think that there's a probability that people can have social mobility or increase their economic conditions. It does not mean that everybody is able to. Some people could be a billionaire in the circle, not everybody
If you're saying not everybody's able to, I fully agree. I can play baseball, but I'm probably not going to play in Major League Baseball.
I can spend the money on a lottery ticket. Doesn't mean I'm guaranteed to win the lottery.
I agree. So what's your point? I agree with you, Dan.
So my point is that America is not a meritocracy. You said that.
No, you said there's two things. Anybody at what levels, you can have success. To me in life, there's three different types of people. You got overachievers, you got achievers, you got underachievers. Let me unpack this for a second. We got 10 minutes.
You can.
Overachiever, achiever, underachiever, okay? You can find a guy in school. We all remember the kid in school that was we're like, that kid's gonna win in life, and he didn't. He was supposed to be an overachiever, he ended up being an underachiever. And there were kids in school that we looked at, we said, that guy's not gonna do anything with life. Dude, stay away from that guy. He ends up winning, he's an overachiever. So it's not about what you're, end up doing in your life. It's how close you reach to your capacity.
The winning that you're talking about, quote unquote, is wealth accumulation.
Not necessarily wealth accumulation.
It is. That's exactly what you just said.
If you end up, I have friends that make $120,000 a year. They have a good life. They're happily married, got 2 kids, and they chose to go live in a place like Victorville. They chose to go live in a different place. But to me, that is winning. They're contributing to society.
I have a genuine question for you, Patrick.
Please.
Do you think that a nurse or a hedge fund manager offers more social utility?
This is documented. 14 years ago, I made a video talking about the 10 most honorable professions, and a hedge fund manager wasn't on that list, but a nurse was.
Wow.
I believe what nurses do, when my father's at the hospital and I see how they attend to him, you have no idea how much respect I have for nurses.
Right.
It's a tough job. However,
but I would say the hierarchy of what our society looks like does not prioritize that in the same way.
Don't let him, I swear, don't let him move on from this. Don't let him move on from this.
That you're saying
but there's a difference. So there's a difference. Do I think a nurse is more important to the market than a basketball player? Yes. But the market wants to watch a basketball player play, so they pay Steph Curry $60 million a year.
We both agree that America's failing, right? Your last claim was about how America's socialist, and that's a bad thing. I assume that you're saying because of government intervention. Is
Absolutely.
That correct? So you think capitalism can exist without government intervention?
I think you need law and order because there will be abuse if you don't have it. In our insurance company, when I was run the company, I had to make sure there was law and order in there. If you don't have certain compliance, abuse will come in. When abuse comes in, if it's a free-for-all.
Are part of those laws like labor law? Laws?
That can also be abused. No, it's a fair question you're asking, but a part of that can also be abused. A lot of those guys go in with the right intentions. Then they become dividers and they pin the employer against the employee. So then that is the divide and conquer model is very effective.
I just want to break this down. Do you think that there are not mutually exclusive interests in owners and workers?
Do I think there's mutual interest with owners and workers?
Do you think that they have a symbiotic relationship and when they're trying to achieve the same goal?
I like to give my employees equity because if you own equity in the company, you no longer are an employee.
Communist. Socialist Patrick Bet David.
You treat it as if it's your own company. So I prefer to give my employees equity, but it's my choice. I don't want the government forcing me to give them equity. I'll give you a story. Do you remember that story of a guy who said, I pay every single one of my employees $70,000 a year? What was this guy's name? I don't know if you remember this guy. This story went viral. Socialism, what a noble guy. Everybody retweeted it, the Bernies of the world. Phenomenal guy. I invited him on the podcast. He comes on the podcast. I said, so tell me about your noble cause that you pay everybody 70 grand a year. He says, well, I don't think anybody should make over 70 grand a year. You can live off of $70,000 a year. I said, perfect.
Right.
How many employees do you have? Let me make the point.
I hear what you're saying, but I don't think that this is conducive to our conversation.
I said, how many employees do you have? He says 100. I said, how many of those 100 own a single share of your company? None of them do. Who does? I do. You're a socialist claiming everybody should make that much money, but you're not giving equity?
I'm not endorsing this particular person. I'd love to look into this, and maybe I'll watch the interview later.
There's
but
a
what
lot
I'm
of
trying
contradiction.
to say,
I don't know. He just makes these strawmans. He just makes strawman after strawman after strawman. He asks some fucking questions. Like, I don't know.
I'm trying to say,
socialist, when it comes down to action.
There are contradictions in the way that workers are trying to get as much wages as possible. That's just guaranteed. I want to get the maximum amount for the labor that I put into it. A owner wants to do the exact opposite. It's not that they want to pay people what they're deserved. They want to pay people what they can get away with. That's just virtually true.
I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case.
Ain't no way. I'm sorry, I'm laughing at this comment in the chat. You fucking goblin.
Already agree that coercion exists in the system.
It does,
you're just saying that socialism. You're saying that socialism is the government mandating owners to do it, but you're saying that markets do the exact same thing. You just said that the market price determines.
Don't put words in my mouth. I like you. You're respectful. You're a nice guy. Don't put words in my mouth.
Did you not say that markets determine market rates?
I haven't. What I'm telling you is there will be abuse in business. And if there is a person
I'm
like
going to ask you the same question as soon as you're done, but continue.
There is abuse in business. Some people will take advantage of that. But the benefit of a free market capitalism is if I don't treat you fairly, you go work for him. If he doesn't treat you fairly, you go work for him. Eventually, if you bring enough value, guess who can't afford to lose you? I can't afford to lose you.
Do you
if I can't afford to lose
markets determine market rates?
If I can't afford to lose you, guess what I have to do to you?
Do you think that markets determine market rates?
You didn't answer my question. If I can't afford to lose you, guess what I do to you?
Do you know what a monopsony is?
Tell me about it.
So do you know the difference between a monopoly and a
I know
monopoly?
monopoly. Tell me about monopsony.
Okay, so a monopoly is a single seller who has rare competition within the selling of the distribution. That creates like inflated prices and that can hurt consumers. But a monopsony is one single buyer. So this is an employer. There are things called company towns. You brought up the example of Walmart outpricing small businesses.
Sure.
I think that's a fantastic example.
On the minimum wage side.
Right, of how there are large businesses that utilize their leverage and their influence and their capital in order to determine what those wages look like in a given particular place.
Sure.
So what I want to argue is minimum wages seem to stifle monopolies because they allow people to start at the same floor rate. You're saying that big businesses have an advantage when there's a minimum wage because they can pay more.
They do.
We are also
they
advocating for higher taxation rates and capital gains taxes on these businesses that are supposedly taking advantage of the system.
I think.
And wait. You can invest this in tax breaks for small businesses, for people that have less employees. Maybe you say that less than 5 employees, they have certain tax incentives, so they're not taxed at the same rate as these large conglomerates. But that does not mean that a minimum wage is a bad idea, because like most people here said, you can't survive on less than $7 an hour in most places across the country.
You know what's the great thing about business and numbers and data is every idea is getting exposed. During COVID, all the policies that came out from the leftist side, they're all getting exposed today.
Oh my lord, bro! Like, where's the straw? Like, I don't know, bro.
Everybody realizes what works and what doesn't.
You know, the best Jubilee episode I thought was the one where Jordan Peterson was like, when Jordan Peterson was debating against the atheists. The atheists are the biggest debate lords on earth, bro. They have they sit at home and all they do is they know all the logical fallacies. They know all the jujitsu, bro. They know all the jujitsu because Jordan Peterson was getting clippity clap, bro. Those are like the 20 debate lords. Like they were all from fucking the debate club, rank 1 debate club challenges. Yes, there's too few debate lords, but I don't know where these fucking fallacies come from, bro. Like it's like, what is he talking about?
And data is every idea is getting exposed. During COVID, all the policies that came out from the leftist side, they're all getting exposed today.
Name 2.
Within time, everybody realizes what works and what doesn't work.
Wait, can you name those policies besides just saying that they failed?
When states who chose kids to stay home instead of going to school.
When is that a socialist policy?
That is a control, because when a government is ran in a way that they're controlling.
That's not socialism, my friend.
Socialism is a form of
socialism
control.
Is a workers' control of their
is the
own.
Ultimate control.
No, socialism is workers' control of their own workplace.
Socialism is a form of control.
I don't know, bro. He's such a fucking fraud. It's insane. BBD is such a fucking fraud. It's crazy.
Communism is the ultimate control.
See, you're using this rhetorical device as saying that capitalism equals freedom, socialism equals control.
I want to be respectful to you, and I've given you a couple questions that you haven't answered yet.
I'll answer any question.
I want to go back to the question that I asked you.
The rhetorical strategy that you're using might be beneficial for a large media platform. It's not based in reality.
If you bring value to me, and you're so effective to my company, if you get to a point that I don't give you a good salary, and I don't give you equity, what's going to happen to you most likely?
I'm going to try to start a union with my workplace, so that way we can collectively bargain on how to raise the floor for all of us.
That's one of the options, but guess typically what ends up happening?
What happens? They're busted?
You leave and you go to a different company and they give you
Are you saying
equity.
the owners bust the union? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not talking union. You're talking about a different
What do you think about unions?
I think in some places they work. I told you earlier, in many cases they're divisive.
We agree. You also mentioned Wealth of Nations. You like Adam Smith?
I think a lot of his ideas, yes.
Do you disagree, or do you also agree that landlords are parasites?
I don't agree landlords are parasites.
Adam Smith, even a Wealth of Nations author, said that.
He
said that rent is...
You're cherry picking. I don't think landlords are parasites. I think in many cases, when you think about what's happening with New York right now, this is why I'm telling you guys, I hope all of us reunite in 4 years and we have a conversation, and I hope Mamdani wins. I am hoping Mamdani wins because that case study is going to get opened up and all of you guys are going to see it.
Can we both agree that corporate Democrats are a stain on this country?
Corporate Democrats,
like Democrats that utilize their leverage and utilize their influence to maximize their own private wealth is a bad thing that we should discourage?
I think if it's their choice. I don't think you and I get to tell them what to do and what not to do.
So you think that like insider trading should be allowed?
The thing is, he's like you know what went on in his brain here?
Choice.
He was like, but these guys might actually invest in me at some point, so I can't alienate them.
I don't think you and I get to tell them what to do and what not to do.
So you think that like insider trading should be allowed?
I'm not for insider trading whatsoever.
But you just said it's their choice.
No, if you're being
you can
specific,
use your influence.
If you're specific with insider trading, that's a different conversation.
I just think that all of these are examples of why capitalism is not a meritocracy, especially when you're saying that politicians who utilize their influence to maximize their own wealth,
could be
when you're talking about landlords who are profiting off of necessity for people, or you're talking about business owners who stifle unions for people that just want to collectively organize.
You could be right if the data was shown. I'll shake your hand, absolutely. I'm not trying to disrespect you. No.
Thank you.
You've been very respectful. No. But for me to tell you this, everything here can be proven based on data.
Correct.
If your policies are so attractive, I'm going to come to you.
Empirical data shows that worker cooperatives are not only more sustainable to market collapses, but they also provide more of an actual attachment to the work that those workers have. The alienation of labor is absolutely making people hate their jobs. Why do you think most people watching probably don't like the workplace that they're in, but still agree that there's some problem in America, whether they're saying it's immigrants or whether they're saying it's billionaires? What the problem is in America is people don't feel an actual attachment to what they're producing in the world.
About Social Security? What do you think about what FDR did?
Wait, do you have nothing to say about those worker cooperatives?
No, because your point's been made. Go back to Social Security. This has been done with, right? If we have a couple minutes, what do you think about Social Security and how FDR came up with it?
Yeah, I think FDR, from most historians, are placed in the top 3 of all presidents, and that's from conservatives and Democrats. I think that FDR got a lot of things great. I really like his second bill of economic rights. I think it's very vital that we provide people with housing, we decommodify things that are necessities. Do you know the difference between elastic and inelastic goods?
Stay on Social Security.
Oh, so you don't know the difference?
What do you think about Social Security? Stay on that.
Okay. Well, Social Security, I think, was initially had as a social safety net to add a supplemental income to people's pensions. So most people going into like the 1950s all the way up to the 1980s were given pensions by corporations as a promise to, if you work for my firm, I'll make sure that I supplement the exact same salary that you're getting throughout the rest of your life. Now, what Ronald Reagan did was he changed the pensions to contribution-based retirement, which means I have to put this in the 401k, I have to put it in the stock market, and if the stock market collapses...
Do you think Social Security ended up being a system that worked?
I think that Social Security is definitely needed as a supplemental income. And right now, since we have contribution-based retirements, it's absolutely needed, because if you don't want old people eating cat food, we probably need some sort of sustainable income for them.
When he came up with Social Security, do you think his intention was to have 74 million?
Bro, PBD is so fucking out of his depth. He's so fucking out of his depth. Like, bro, he was hearing shit here he's never heard before in terms of how Social Security came to be. And how it changed. Are old people eating cat food? That's not what he said. He said the majority of the social benefits are for people that are retired and old. That's why he said if you cut those Social Security nets that they have paid into in their entire work life and offered towards, then obviously they will just go die.
Even people use it today. Do you think that's what he thought it was going to happen?
Yeah, and I think it's because you're not gutting the program in its entirety.
So
you can say that Social Security is a failure if you take the wheels off of a car. The car's not going to run. But if you continue to buff it up and you make sure that you have good guardrails, it can be a successful program.
The challenge is, a lot of time when you come up with a noble idea to try to fix something today, ends up getting bigger and you never expected it. When Social Security first came out in 1935, the first benefits were paid in 1937, and it was paid in a lump sum. At that time, we had 128 million people living in America. Do you know how many people got Social Security?
Tell me.
54,000. Do you know when benefits started?
Tell me.
65 years old. So let me say this again to you. Life expectancy was 61. Social Security benefits started at 65.
Right. So you're saying because we've increased life, people need to work longer, right?
0.04%.
So grandma should be working at the
Let me make my
mill
point,
right
and
now.
then you can say anything you want to say.
Well, I'm just saying, you said as life expectancy increases, people should be working longer.
Let me tell you
you
today,
want to extend the retirement age,
no,
correct?
if you bring that to today, and you bring the math, exact same formula as the great FDR came up with.
See, Patrick, here's the difference between our worldviews. You're saying that because Social Security,
there's 340
right
million
now,
people. Let me say the point,
Go ahead.
and then I'll let you speak as long as you want to speak.
Great.
So that went from.
I think someone should let PBD know that things change. The ability and the resources and the efficiency of the workers and the population, these are all things that change. The biggest issue here is why are so many old people estranged from their families until the younger generation can care for their old, like Italy often does. I don't know what the elements are in regards to that or not, but imagine, like, let's take, like, I don't think that's the biggest issue, because imagine someone doesn't have kids. Let's say they don't have kids and they work their entire life. Then what? You know?
From math again for you, 54,000 out of 128 million people, 0.04%. Life expectancy 61, benefits start 65. Today, it's 74 million out of 340 million, that's 21%. When life expectancy is 78, benefits start at 65. Do you know who's going to pay the price on Social Security? Not.
Brother, what is he arguing for? What is he arguing for? That retired people should work longer. Is that his point?
My generation,
yeah, if we
yours
keep
is.
doing cuts, correct. If we keep doing cuts,
No, because
and
you're going to
Social
run out of
Security
money.
tax payments,
You're going to run out of money.
No, that's not how it works. So the difference between our worldview, Patrick, is you're saying not only should people work longer into life because life expectancy has increased, but that they should work longer into life without guarantees for health care, without preventative care, and that's not only going to increase to the deterioration of people's living conditions, it's also going to lead to a worse economy. Because let me tell you, 70-year-olds not going to be the most productive members of our economy. They should be spending time with their families. They should be easing into their passing away. We shouldn't be forcing grandma to go to the mill.
It's going to be on your back. You'll be paying for this in 30 years.
Appreciate you. Yeah, I think that Patrick is a really great salesman. I think that he came in and confidently sold what capitalism is. But I think that the main point of today really showed that capitalism's best product is giving excuses for its own failures.
I don't think that we should be giving these people a large platform to amass a larger following, but I do think that we should expose these people to the light. And I think that even if people have horrendous and repulsive views like he did, I want to hear them because I want to know who those people are.
I also don't think that he really listened to a lot of the claims. I also don't think everyone listened to his claims either. So I don't know how productive of a dialogue it was, but maybe we convinced some people at home one way or the other, and maybe there's some value to that, maybe not.
My vision for America is, if there's anything that's happened after COVID, we used to be here. We disagreed on issues here. This is center, this is libertarian, this is conservative. And then during COVID, we went here, 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 here.
Bro, what is he saying, bro? Bro, I don't know, bro. Isn't this easy to be a grifter, bro? Isn't this easy to be a grifter? You just have to fucking hit the talking points. What the fuck does this have to do with anything? What does this have to do with fucking socialism versus capitalism? What does this have to do with anything, bro? How can anyone take this dude serious? How can anyone take this guy seriously? This guy seems very algo supported. That's gonna be the new insult. This guy's getting algo supported. Holy moly. Bro, the comments are not good. Look at the comments. They are pro Patrick Bet David. They thought it's funny when he said you're with 13-year-olds all the time. Like, bro, that was just fucking twisted in my opinion. No, but the issue is, bro, he thinks, bro, the reason this is fucking funny, what he's saying, right, is because he thinks that financial policy has anything to do with fucking left versus right, when both parties are hell-bent on creating income inequality. So it has nothing to do with it. Like what are we saying? Like, well, bro, COVID changed everything. It's like, nah, bro. Careful who you're defaming. Not true, actually. Yeah, this was a wild video, bros. These videos just make me sad. These videos make me sad. These videos make me sad, bros.
But when we're talking,
we heard some crazy shit here, bro. We are cooked. The world is cooked, guys. What can you do from here, bro? It's just Jover, no? Completely fucking Jover. Yeah, this was fun. This was fun. Maybe I should. You think I'm gonna trust a guy named Bet to handle my money? Are you not value-tained? Yeah, bro, we were just getting rage baited for 2 hours. Completely rage baited for 2 hours. He did straw man arguments, bro. This was his line of attack. Ask questions continuously until he can find something to attack because you slipped on your words or something, or create a straw man, like insane straw man, where it's like, yeah, but Bernie Sanders is your guy, right? And he did this. Did you see what happened in California? This is your people. They did this. It's like, no, I actually don't like Como. And then it's like, yeah, but and then he just keeps arguing as if they agreed. It's like, yeah, we agree. We don't like this dude. So why are you arguing against him? It's like, what the fuck are we doing? And then qualitative earnings, bro. He got him. Our Tarantino, bro, he got cooked on the qualitative earnings because he actually deep fried him. He deep fried him, bro. He was onto something there. Do not give advice to a fool, for they will despise you for your words. Nah, these comments are so fucking cringe. It's unbelievable. just to round us off. I do believe like there is room for like I think there's certain areas where I think things not being ran for the sake of incentive is good, like healthcare, you know. I think you need elements of both systems for sure. You need elements of both systems, and I believe in a world where you just try to make the basic needs as met as possible. And I think a big part of the issue in terms of how the spending is that there is a lot of mechanisms in place. Some of these mechanisms that are in place are also just sucking out the wealth as well. Whether it's the insurance companies or the healthcare providers or also the pharmaceutical companies, like they are in bed with the government and are getting all the government contracts too, which matters as well. It's like like it's not only that there are countries that have universal healthcare, right? The main thing is that they, on average, also spend a lot less on healthcare. You can go into so many issues of people being afraid to go to the doctor because they can't fucking afford it, and then you just get more sick. Basic issues become more problematic, and you know it's just. We're talking strictly about health insurance, OG Smirnov. Right? Health insurance is a very distinct thing because there is no like the trade-off of value here. Like how do you put a value? How do you put like a value on life? You can't really, you know. So the estimation of how much you should pay to make sure that you can stay alive in case something happens is fucked in itself, right? But okay, I think it's a good point to end it. Like the stream, I mean. I wasn't that distressed by the video.